Stream Deckers updated. Matchups updated. Not matchup guide, just title. Mark, how's it going? We on a delay? No, I just woke up like 4 minutes before the challenge started. So I went ahead and played the first round, took a shower, and then got back on and started everything up. Absolutely smoked HammerTime round 1. Like, I feel bad for the things that I did to my opponent. I just saw, like, every removal spell known to man. I got this nice screenshot from the end of Game 2 that kind of sums up the match. So, I'm sitting here with, like, Answers to Auriok Champion and removal spells. Haven't even played Lurrus, Seal of Fire on board. Shadow on board, and I've seen Bolt, Trophy, K-Command, Brutality, Dismember, Fatal Push, Assassin's Trophy, a Croxa Trigger. Like, opponent is not doing too well. They did not have 7 cards in hand. They had 0. I had in fact been killing everything. So, that was pretty fun. But this is the list for the day. I'll go over a few of the card choices. The main deck 60 is the same that we ran last week. I thought it felt pretty good last week. I've tried out some different variations throughout the week with like the 4 Hex Drinker, the Lavamancers, stuff like that, and just never really felt too impressed by any of them. So I figured I would go with Old Reliable for the event. Sideboard, pretty much the same. 2 Brutality, 3 Veil, I think we ran last time. 2 Spellbomb, added 2 Damping Sphere. Since instead of the Cleansing Wildfire and the Ashiok, EE, a little more sweeping power, especially with like the rise of opposing Hex Drinkers. I feel like I probably want the extra sweeper that takes those off the board. 2 K-Command, 2 Kozilek's Return, and a Lurrus as our companion. Basically, the considerations for this week are like, I want to beat Shadow Mirrors, because I'm expecting a whole bunch of people to be playing like these 4 Hex Drinker, 2 Lavamancers Shadow decks, and I kind of want to be prepared for those. And then, as normal, like Heliod, Prowess, those kind of decks. Wagner, morning. How's it going? We're a little late on the start, but we wrecked HammerTime in round 1. So, off to a good start. Let's see. But yeah, like game 1 against HammerTime was pretty removal heavy. I think it was like turn 1. What was it? Turn 1 hold up removal hit. I think they were on the I was on the play. I had turn 1 land pass. They had turn 1 land bobble bobble pass. I Croaksa'd. They cracked both of their baubles. Turn 2, I think they played a Stone Forge that I bolted. And from there, it was like turn 3, they added Luris to their hand. Turn 4, play Pure Steel, then cast a hammer, I push it. Turn 5, they Luris and Pure Steel, and I have like 2 removal spells. I play a threat. I Thought Seized, took a Path to Exile, played a threat. They played some dude, I killed it and swung through for lethal over a couple turns. And then game 2 was more removal than I think I've ever seen against HammerTime. Like I saw double push, bolt, double dismember, double trophy, seal of fire, K command, double brutality, and just nothing even had a chance of surviving. That was my next match started already. There was a turn of like he played Luris and Pure Steel from the yard, and I got to like K command a Luris, blow up a Swiftfoot Boots, untap, bolt of Pure Steel. Like, it was unfortunate for our opponent. Biscotti, good morning. Dogfish, sound like we walked in and started shooting round 1. Pew pew, you little robots. Exactly. Yeah, we'll keep this. Pheasant Tail, I like this version a lot better than the yesterday's 4 drinker. I agree. Viking, good morning. Little burn action. All right. So I want to go what into what? What's my least amount of damage done to myself while getting down this Tarmogoyf on turn 2? Basic swamp into basic forest. That's a bunch of hydrates. I'm gonna have to get some water. I'll fetch. So I'm fetching first because I'm planning on pushing this regardless. So I don't want to like see something that I want on top and then have to shuffle it away. I think the play here is Croaksa, and then next turn probably like Tarmogoyf plus fetch. Because I think I need to get this, or try my best to get this Croaksa back on turn 5 if I'm going to have a chance. lightning bolt. I'll take a bolt. So like I do still need to end this game pretty quickly. Alright. So I'm blocking with Hex Drinker here since I'm drawing this shadow. So if they have something like Fetch Eidolon here, I can end of turn bolt it, untap, attack, play shadow, and like make them have double burn spell right here. Or they just have double burn spell. Alright. So if that's the case, I need to shuffle this away and look for a Battle Rage. A Battle Rage that is not... if that had been like Eidolon, burn spell, we could have gotten there. Yep. Alright, so double brutality coming in. K command's not bad on the play. Members out. Ren's out. Rough, they had the burn nuts. Yeah, I mean, you'd rather have burn like playing a land drop every turn. It's pretty bad for us if they're not playing lands. But I also think that I probably messed up by not just fetching turn one and making them play out the second Goblin Guide turn two. Like if I just fetched basic swamp instead of passing their turn and they couldn't skewer me there, it might have started hindering their mana a little bit sooner. Ultimately, I don't think it was enough to matter, but sure. Inquisition and Thoughtseize into potentially a shadow with a Battle Rage. Alright. What do you got, opponent? Hopefully like a mold of 4. Mold to at least 6. Drawing into a lightning helix. Alright. Their hand is not particularly great. So I think I'm just going to take Bolt this turn, take Eidolon next turn. Or do I want to take a spell and see if I can utilize this Eidolon a bit? Nah, just be safe. Land? No land. I hate showing them a Death Shadow there, because then they're far more likely to like hold back on casting spells. And I don't want them to hold back. I want them to play stuff here. Alright, so they've got Helix. Alright, I'm playing Double Shadow because I'm trying to incentivize them pointing burn spells at my two shadows, not at me. And we kind of get the path too. I was gonna say we kind of get a sneak peek into what kind of burn player our opponent is. Alright, I need you to have not drawn an Eidolon. No Eidolon, opponent. Hardcast, Skewer, Rift Bolt. Okay. So 2 turns. I guess 3 turns. Alright, brick number 1. We are going to K command on their draw step. They've got a lot of instant speed spells. And if they draw one, this doesn't matter too much. No, I need to discard 2 to them because that makes this Tarmogoyf plus Bolt lethal next turn. Discard a Rest in Peace. Oh, we faded. We faded. I'll bolt you in the face. Alright, game 3 against Burn. Lucky top decks. We'll take them. Is there anything I want to change up? Not particularly. So you can tell a lot about your Burn opponents by how they play matchups like this. Like there's times our opponent could have sandbagged spells and didn't. There were times that we wanted them to point burn spells at creatures instead of our face, and they did. Okay. This is an alright hand of Magic. Turn 1, Lava Spike me in the face, you say. So this feels like an Eidolon. It's not an Eidolon. Okay. So 4, 8, 11. So am I just taking what? I'm thinking about take a lightning bolt. They vantage pass. And the hope is that they skull crack instead of Boros Charm. And then possibly I can Assassin's Trophy their Inspiring Vantage. It's a really, really narrow thing, but I might just Trophy the Vantage regardless. We'll see what they do. Yeah, I didn't really think they were going to Boros, or I didn't think they were going to skull crack. They don't see the red or the white land. Alright, so we know they've got a charm in hand, skull crack, unknowns. Tarmogoyf's pretty good here because that means if they did decide to block, I could play out the Tarmogoyf instead of a Scourge. Alright, can I kill them this turn? So, fetch shock to 7, Thoughtseize to 5, make Shadow an 8/8, bolt them for 3, makes Scourge a 6/6. That's 14 exactly. Well, if they have anything more than Skullcrack, I can't go for it. But I guess Thoughtseize at the very least is save 2 life. And if they fire off a spell before the Thoughtseize, it might just be kill them. Oh man, that that Assassin's Trophy did work. I'll just go ahead and do this. That Assassin's Trophy did work. Path, Helix, Charm, all stuck in hand. Oh, man. Alright, let's edit the, God. Alright, what all did I miss in chat? Whole bunch of hydrate redemptions. I'm gonna have to go get some water to help the burn. It helped. It helped. Obviously, it was the difference maker. What are your thoughts on the new black-green command about to be released? I'd like it if it wasn't a sorcery. But it is, and I hate that. What do you think about playing Bolt Bend in a Jund list with a higher density of threats with power 4+? Bolt Bend's like the redirect a spell that targets one of your guys. The only issue there is like the only matchups that you would want Bolt Bend against are removal heavy matchups. So like control, it's probably not going to do anything because you're either going to have to redirect it to one of your own guys or they're likely to not have anything out. Against like mid-range decks like the Mirror and Jund, you're killing all their stuff anyway. So there's no guarantee it'll be live. I mean, like, it's a huge blowout if you've got a shadow, they've got a shadow, they cast a spell targeting your shadow, and you bolt bend it back to theirs, and that's kind of like it. Asking the chat, someone know why there are no new modern results online? Somebody was talking something about Goldfish, like not being able to update recently because like internal issues or stuff going on. Operation Fade complete. Should they even bring in Rest in Peace in this matchup? I'm not a fan of Rest in Peace out of the burn side. I think that there's so many times that burn would have killed me, but they had like Rest in Peace and too many Path to Exiles and like deflecting palms and stuff like that in hand that just don't actually do anything. And if they'd just been burn spells, I would have been dead 10 times over. We Ponza boys. We out here blowing up lands like nobody's business. David, love watching you play this deck. I appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words. Wait, we brought in Blood Moon against Mono Red? Yeah, you didn't see, like, their only mountains? Smirabito. What's up, boys who got their old border Thoughtseizes? You're going to look amazing in shadow. They really are. They really are. That match was a burner. Boo. Boo. Bolt Bend changes the target of an ability or spell to any target as long as it's a single targeting. You target your opponent's stuff. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you can target your opponent's stuff, but that's only relevant if your opponent has stuff, right? If we're talking like Bolt Bend their Bolt back to them, that's kind of cool, but I don't think I want to run Bolt Bend just for like the burn matchup. Get some music going. And can, for I guess alternatively, like I said, if you're Bolt Bending in like the mid-range or creature matchups where you need to kill their stuff anyway, then there's a chance they're just like not going to have a target for Bolt Bend. And also change the targets of hand disruption. So it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're trying to look at Bolt Bend as like this flex alternative that takes the spot of some number of like Veil of Summer, Collective Brutality, Stubborn Denial-ish slots. Is that kind of accurate, or I can choose Inverter deck for deck redemption? Yeah, you can choose the Inverter deck. That's put up a 5-0 at least at some point, I think. Like, my only restriction for the deck redemption is it just has to have put up at least a 5-0 or like a decent result in a challenge or something somewhere recently. So we'll say like since the ban. So this has got a 5-0 a little over a week ago. So yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so I guess my situation with Bolt Bend would just be that it's so situationally dependent on what your opponent's playing. Like, if you're bringing it in against Burn, you know you're redirecting a Burn spell at them, which is fine. If you're bringing it in against a mid-range deck, it's only live if you either have a threat yourself that you're okay killing, or they have a threat out. Because you do have to have a legal target to redirect it. So, like, if I'm planning on, like I said, killing their Tarmogoyfs anyway, then that kind of makes Bolt Bend a little worse, because now instead of killing their Tarmogoyf, I have to wait for me to get a threat out, for them to target my threat and be able to Bolt Bend it back to theirs. Yes, it can redirect hand disruption, but I feel like I'd much rather have a Veil of Summer in that spot. Just because Veil of Summer is going to be more flexible than Bolt Bend as the game goes on. Make Mike play the Ice Nine deck. No, he already said Inverter. He said it. No takesies, backsies. I'm going to go grab a glass of water real quick while we're waiting. Ah, apparently I was muted. Steven, you're on the road to California tonight, right? Also, these are bangers. Ooh, before I forget, I guess two things. We might end up cracking some more Time Spiral Remastered packs on stream today. But also, and maybe more importantly, there's like 5 new videos up on the channel. 4 or 5, some number of new videos up on the channel from the last couple of days, including like the Esper Shadowblade. I'm marking them with all of our emotes so they're really easy to find. So if you're ever like not sure if it's a video from our channel, just look for the emotes. And it'll be really easy to tell that it's us. Should probably come out with a color system to make this make more sense, but too late. Hoping to find some time tonight to play some MTGO though. Well, you know who to hit up if you decide to play some. FlayJ, hello, I'm building Jund Shadow in paper right now. You like the version without Swift Spear more? Good question. First off, thank you for the follow. I saw a notification from you like 3 or 4 hours ago. Thank you so much. I'm not personally a fan of Swift Spear. The way that I envision the card is its only use in the deck is turning on turn 2 Scourge of the Skyclaves. And other than that, it's a very subpar creature in the deck. We don't play enough of like a spell density to reliably get 2 or so prowess triggers a turn. So you're often looking at a creature that's a 1-2, maybe a 2-3 going into the mid to late game, and I don't think that's worth it at all. So I much prefer that slot being, or those Swift Spear slots being used on something a little more proactive, something that scales a little bit better into the mid to late game, and gives us the ability to like close out matches. So that's why I've opted to go for like the second Kroxa, Trophies, Ren 6, Hex Drinkers, over like Swift Spears. I'm not running the 4th Scourge of the Skyclaves because I'm not as reliably getting it online turn 2. And yeah, this build's been working pretty well for us, so I can't complain too much. Found me on YouTube. Nice. YouTube's coming through. I don't know which YouTube channel you came across, but if you came across the old one, I think it's under my name. This is the new one. There's a link down below that says like YouTube. Like, let me pull it up so you can see what I'm talking about. If you're on the channel, mute me. There's a link down below that says YouTube. If you click here, it takes you to the new YouTube channel, which is like 4 or 5 days old. We're uploading all the new stuff to this channel, and we're going to be getting rid of the old channel. So just making sure you know, so if you're following the old channel, there's not going to be any new content posted there. Everything's going to get posted to this one. All the links are updated. I just haven't gotten around to deleting the old channel because I kind of wanted to wait until people had a chance to come by and hear what was going on, so they don't just like go over to the old channel and find out it's been deleted or something and get mad at me. I don't want them getting mad at me. This music's great. Okay. But yeah, other than that, like with Swiss Beer, I think the card's decent in the red-black Prowess decks. Mainly because you just don't have a lot of better options. Like, those decks are so centered around getting Scourge or Shadow online, like turn 2 or 3. And so they put a lot of focus and a lot of card choices into that game plan. Where our deck is way more of like a hand disruption into 2-drop game plan. Like theirs is 1-drop into hand disruption into Shadow Scourge. Ours is hand disruption into 2-drop into Shadow Scourge. Just sub to the new YouTube channel. I appreciate it. Let's drop the link in chat just in case. I think that's it. Yeah. So, for anybody who doesn't know or hasn't heard the spiel, Ayilas, please correct pronunciation for me. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. But for the new YouTube channel, I keep wanting to say NewTube. For the new YouTube channel, we're making an emphasis on like breaking each stream down into individual leagues and uploading them a league at a time, except for premiere events. Premiere events will be uploaded all together as one VOD, and so you get to see like the entire tournament. But individual leagues are updated as well as timestamped. So you can go through and see how everything went, what we played against, see results, blah, 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 blah. Hey, good luck in the challenge. I appreciate it. I will need all of the luck I can get. Still got like 13 minutes. It's so long. It's always this like dead air time where you're like, I don't know what I want to talk about. So I guess let's see who all we know in the challenge. 132 players is a fairly small challenge. Click here for treasure chest info. They have like a whole breakdown of treasure chest contents. Weird. Where's the info on how many rounds? Say anywhere? Here. 132 players is 8 rounds of Swiss. We are 3 players over the threshold. 3 fewer people had signed up. We'd have an hour less Magic. Alright. So let's see who all's in here. An actual potato. Must be difficult to play Magic as an actual potato. Bench is in here at 2-0. Nice. Who else? We've got Tom Ross, 1-1. Diablo. I still wonder if that's supposed to be Diablo or if it's supposed to be Diablo. But we played one of their lists a few weeks back. GG's in here. Looks like a rough start. Ice 9, 1-1. Jabberwocky, 1-1. Juju Bean, 1-1. Canister, 2-0. Leviathan, 1-1. Who else? Ben 1-1. Timu 1-1. Jendrik 2-0. The finals of the challenge, Sunday challenge last week. Jendrik and Timu. Yama Killer 1-1. Not a bad crowd. Job done. All videos get a like on YouTube. Oh man, I appreciate it. Going crazy there. My videos don't deserve likes. They deserve love. But I appreciate it. It's always scary when Canister is hot in these events. It is. Canister's one of those players that, like, if he's playing the best deck in the format, it's terrifying. If he's playing a jank combo deck, it's terrifying. If he's playing a solid but not well positioned, like, aggressive deck or interactive deck, it's terrifying. Honestly, he could probably be playing Pioneer in the Modern Challenge and it would be terrifying. Let's be real here. But while we wait for the next round, does anybody have any questions, concerns about the list? Where did we screw up? Where could we do better? He plays none of those. I'm calling a lie. I've seen the man play Tybalt's Trickery. I've seen him play Charbelcher and Oops All Spells for the janky combo decks. Honestly, I haven't seen him play too much like interactive mid-range. Or maybe you could consider like Pioneer Inverter interactive mid-range. Canister playing Esper Control. Good choice. You like Trophy in the Mirror since it ramps their Luris. I do like Trophy in the Mirror. And, like, ramping their Luris is, I guess, I understand the reasoning, but I don't think it's a big enough reason to not, like, trophy something. Because they're still going to have to spend 6 mana on Luris, which is a big cost, and you're not really going to get to one turn that very often. But Trophy gives us another unconditional answer to Scourge. Like, Scourge is the biggest threat in the mirror by a mile. Luris might be the best individual card, followed shortly by Kroxa, but Scourge is the best threat overall. And if you're trimming on, like, fatal pushes, you need to have extra ways to kill Scourge. So, like, right now we've got 3 pushes, 2 trophies, an EE out of the board, and that's kind of it to kill it, unless they, unless we're able to be conservative with life and dismember it, but only 3 Scourge? Yeah, so I don't like the 4 Swift Spears or the 4 Bomat Couriers, and because I'm running less aggressive 1-drops, I'm not as reliably able to turn on Scourge turn 2. So because that's the case, I would rather save Scourge for like a turn 3, 4, 5 play. And since I'm running so fewer ways to turn it on, don't want to see it on turn 2, I decided to trim a copy of it off so that I would have like multiples in hand less often, or it would be my only threat less often. I never see trophies so brutal like that. I mean, it would have been really bad if they had cast the Skull Crack instead of the Boros Charm, and we got to take them off of like double Boros Charm, Path, Helix. But unfortunately, we only got to take Take them off 3 of those things. How are the 2 Croxamane? I think the 2 Croxamane's been great. Like, I don't think we've lost a mirror since adding the second Croxamane, as well as beating up on, like, Rakdos and Jund and the Rock more often, because we've just got that really good body, that recursive threat that we can bring back later game. The only awkward part with Croxa is this terrible basic forest that I think we have to play out of necessity, because I've hated basic mountain even more. So take that with a grain of salt. But overall, I think Croaks has been really good. There's a lot of Shadow decks running around that are like running the 4 Hex Drinker main, 2 Lava Man, and the Croaks is in the sideboard. And I just feel like we're smashing the mirror with like a lot of these cards in the main deck instead of the board. What matchup is K-Return against? Good question. So K-Return comes in the tribal matchups, like humans, spirits, goblins, any of those things. It's not as great against spirits, because they have a lot of like 2/3 or double lord, just gets them out of range of everything. But also comes in against Heliod. It's like all of the Auriok champion and go wide decks. Elves it comes in against. But the reason to run it over like Anger of the Gods is Auriok champion. Two extra Hex Drinker are really nice in the mirror. It's a card that can break the game open by itself. I agree. It's fantastic. Like, that's why we've gone to a copy of EE in the board, is to deal with things like Hex Drinker, or try to deal with things like Hex Drinker. I think that it's a really, really good card. I just don't like seeing them in multiples. And I don't like seeing it in multiples, and I don't like playing it on turn 1. I will if I don't have another turn 1 play, but I would rather play it like turn 4, where I can play it and level it up all in the same turn. But the Lava Mans are questionable to me personally. Yeah, like we played a league yesterday with the Lava Mans, and I think we only saw it once, and it got like Skyclave apparition immediately. Escape is still a messed up mechanic, being in the shadow of one of the best creatures ever hid Croxa. I mean, like, yes, it hid Croxa, but we still can't say Croxa is like anywhere near Uro levels. What do you think? One more Hex Drinker if you draw in late game, it's good also. Well, I've been liking 2, because I can see the first one in the late game. If it happens to be early game, I can play it out and lurse it back. Like, one is all I really want to see in a match. How is it not having good turn 1 creatures in a Scourge deck? I think it's been good over the last 2 Premier events. We're 9-2 with it. But yeah, like, we're more of a mid-range shadow deck than the hyper-aggressive shadow deck. Because, like, the Rakdos versions and the Jund versions with Swift Spear, they fall off ridiculously if they don't curve, like, 1 drop into Goy Scourge Shadow. We've got a lot more staying power if that doesn't work out. But I've been really liking it, because it doesn't make you play a bunch of really subpar creatures just to try to, like, get a Scourge out turn 2 or whatever. But I have a a very big hatred of Monastery Swiftspear in Shadow decks. I just think that it's I don't want to say trap card because it's situationally good, and there's versions of Shadow that it's really good in. But, like, the Tarmogoyf versions, I don't think it's worth it because it's just a very, very underpowered card once you get past, like, turn 1, turn 2. House of Mana, how's it going? See, imagine had Kroxa had pay a life, draw a card tacked on. Now red-black has its own Uro. Oh my god, that would be so amazing if Kroxa was 1 black, ETB, target opponent discards a card. If they can't, or if they discards a non-land card. If they can't, they take 3 damage. You lose a life, draw a card. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, that would be so good. Playing Legacy PTQ 3-0 with Modern Shitpile. I mean, are you playing Amulet? I kid. Which Modern Shitpile are you playing? See, remember last matchup? Burn, have a choice, turn 2 Kroxa over Goyf. Opponent had missed land also, why Kroxa? Maybe the choice was Goyf, we got the game. Or we got that game. So that one, the reason was because they missed the land drop. I knew the Kroxa was going to hit a spell. And I wanted to maximize the discard by trying to have, like, turn 2 Kroxa, turn 3 Goyf, turn 4 get back Kroxa if I could. And really punish the mull. Or not the mull, but the missed land drops. And I think they got that game, didn't they? Because they eventually hit the second land and just played a bunch of spells. Oh, you're playing Elvish Reclaimers? I gotcha. So like the green-white Reclaimer deck. I guess Field of the Dead is still legal in Legacy. Boo. Jacob, good to see you off to a good start again. I'm glad to be off to a decent start. It takes a lot of the stress off going into the middle rounds, right? Working on this Mardu Pyromancer deck, and I feel like it's missing something. I honestly feel like Young Pyromancer is the weakest link in the deck. It's just so weak to every kind of removal. If I replace it with Monastery Mentor, would the 3-drop slot be too saturated? Hold that question, and we'll go over it right after this this match. Don't let me forget. Lost the game, doesn't matter because we won the matchup. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Oh, which reminds me, I gotta update. John Byrne 3-3. Good. Alright, I would love to reveal our companion. Alright. Please don't be Esper Control. Please don't be Esper Control. Please don't be Esper Control. Okay. I have asked for a thing. And I believe the Elder Gods responded in kind. They've got an Arbiter. They've got another Giver. I'm going to take Thalia. They're going to play second Giver. I assume. Oh no, they're going to Arbiter. Sure. So now let's go. They've got Arbiter. Let's go Fatal Push you. Yep. And thought sees the hand. Take the other giver. Why is there no justice in this world? Alright. Let's see. So are we going Hex Drinker, Bolt the Arbiter? Sounds good. Do this before Giver untaps. The last two cards are Skyclave, Flicker Wisp. Field of Ruin cannot cast either of those things. So that means they do need to field here, which is fine. Like A-okay if they want to trade this Giver for the Hex Drinker. I'm just trying to get them to like point a creature at me. So, am I trophying them off land? I could, like, trophy the Field of Ruin. So they can't Field of Ruin me. Is that worth it? I could just trophy them off a white source. Or am I just trophying the Giver? I can't trophy the Arbiter because of Giver. Yeah, I think it is swing. See if I can, like, bait a block with the Arbiter. Archon's a little annoying. Might be fine. So, Flicker Wisp, unknown. Or Flicker Wisp, unknown. Problem is, I don't think there's a way for me to protect this red source from Field of Ruin. Calm down with the Arbiter's opponent. Alright, so if I go... What? I can't even fatal push with this. God, giver. And if I get a blood crypt off of this, it comes in tapped. Like, seeing triple Arbiter is so rough. I could... What? I think I just have to fatal push the giver. Kind of say like, alright, this Arbiter is gonna be rough for me, but well, it's not so much that I lose a land, it's that I lose a red source. And I kind of need that red source. And Skyclave. Yep. So what was that off of the top after the opening hand? Third Giver, second and third Leonin Arbiter, 2 Skyclave Apparition, a Field of Ruin. That's pretty good against this. Good old taxes. Alright. Fight back in game 2. I believe. Do I want EE more than one of these? Maybe I just go like all in on the kill dudes plan. Alright, we need second land. Deck, why you do this? Can I hear the music? Doesn't it affect you while playing? Does it affect me? Not really. Does it make my deck want to not give me lands? Maybe. Land. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do things. Alright, so now I just have to fight through double Skyclave Apparition. No, opponent, take it back. Take it back. Can Field of Ruin me? Yep. Field of Ruin and Skyclave Apparition me? Rude. Alright, so if I play a Tarmogoyf, the Apparition, the Tarmogoyf hit me for 4. If I play Shadow, the Apparition, the Shadow hit me for 4. Either way, I'm pretty dead next turn. Or not next turn, but the turn after. I think the only way I survive is to hit, like, basic Swamp. So that I can double spell next turn. Stop drawing Giver of Runes. Oh, man. Nope. Oh, man. That was a beating. Just so many Givers and Skyclave Apparitions. Alright. What did I miss in chat? Trophy Arbiter. If you trophy the Arbiter, could he fetch land? Yes, because the Arbiter is no longer on the battlefield. His trophy resolves. Let me pull up JP's list here. Pennips, he's a D&T legend. Well, I don't know if that makes me feel any better, but I would say I don't think there is a level of how good you can be with a deck that should result in you destroying your shadow opponent that badly. This guy summoned every Arbiter on the face of the earth against us. Arbiter is like a house against us because we're so land light that we often can't search and play a spell if Arbiter's out. Too many decks have good matchups against Death Shadow. Situationally, like, there's plenty that do, no argument, but there's a lot that don't as well. D&T does not lose to everything else. Has been placing high in several recent tournaments. I mean, Taxes has been, like, fantastic since Skyclave Apparition got printed, right? That card just, like, kind of cemented it near the top. It's one catch-22s of Shadow. You don't auto-lose too much, but you have a ton of matches in the 50-50, 40-60 range, right? Sometimes decks like D&T just nut you. Also right. What about drawing 4 Ink Moths? Well, I made the deck building mistake of not putting enough Ink Moths in my deck. But if we could Battle Rage an Ink Moth next time. Apparition was a horrible print if you're a fan of Shadow. Agreed. Like, Horsefather, how are we doing? We're 2-1. I gotta update the record. We beat Burn and we beat HammerTime, and we just lost to Mono White Taxes. So Skyclave Apparition is like with Veil of Summer and Teferi on my list of cards that I don't think are powerful enough to ban, but I would like to see them get banned from a fun Magic perspective. I think all three of those are just like messed up designs and shouldn't have been printed in the first place. But they're here and I don't think they're ban worthy. Let's update matches, Jund, taxes, White House taxes, 2. See. Question, why are you playing Forest instead of Mountain? Let me get to that question, and then we'll go over JP's deck list. I'm playing Forest over Mountain because I think having access to Tarmogoyf on turn 2 painlessly in the Burn matchup, as well as like Wrenn and 6 painlessly in the matchups that you want Wrenn and 6, is a huge benefit. Like, Shockland or Fetchland into Tarmogoyf is one of the only ways that you beat, like, Burn a lot of the time. Blood Moon is a consideration, but Blood Moon's on the decline right now, and I think Burn's on the incline. So I would rather have that painless source against Burn at the moment, or the Prowess decks, whatever, to get that down. It doesn't synergize well with Kroxa, but I tried the basic mountain and it was absolutely horrendous for me. Like, never wanted to draw the basic mountain. Alright, so... Okay, I want to introduce you to my masterpiece. Finally, Village Rites has its place in Modern. Mardu Pyroblade. Love the name. Deck has been an absolute blast to build. Let's see. The Heart, Mardu Pyromancer, Stoneforge, and Croxa. General idea. Turn 2, things get interesting. Stoneforge, Pyromancer. Turn 3, Seasoned Pyromancer, Lingering Soul, fully onto the Veil. Let's see. Croxa, Pyromancer, Stoneforge. Tassiger the Golden Fang. Oh man. Push, Bolt, Terminate, Village Rites, Inquisition, Lingering Souls, Thoughtseize, Batter Soul, Sword. Alright. What are the cards you said weren't ban worthy, but you'd like to see them go? To Fairy Time Reveler, Veil of Summer, Skyclave Apparition, probably Luris. Like, I think all of those are, in my opinion, either do something that is too difficult to effectively interact with, or create unfun game experiences for a large portion of the modern community. Let's see. So if Pyromancer is the shoot on sight card, is there any reason we're only running 3 of them? You said plus Liliana, plus Souls, plus Spyro in the list above, maybe a few more interactive spells. Like, I guess for me, the strength behind the old Mardu Pyromancer decks was, for one, Faithless Looting was a messed up Magic card, and being able to discard like your Lingering Souls for extra value or whatever for extra value early was really nice. But like, I think Lingering Souls was only good because of Blood Moon. Like, when you've locked your opponent out of the game, Lingering Souls is really great at just like grinding out takeover value. But without Blood Moon, I think the card is like almost unplayable. You'll see people here and there that'll post, like, I know Kevin plays a lot of Abzan with Lingering Souls and like Toski and stuff like that. Toski elevates it a little bit, but I think overall the card is severely underpowered for Modern. As much as I hate to say it, because I do love me some Lingering Souls. And if I can find it, where are you? Where are you? It's not in that pile. I know you're in one of these piles. We did open our first box of Time Spiral Remastered last night and got one of these beautiful Lingering Souls. And we got this sweet young Pyromancer. But that doesn't change my mind that I think Lingering Souls is a underpowered card. I think if you're wanting to make Black-Red work, or Black-Red X work in Modern, as much as I hate to say it, if you're like heavy Black-Red splash white, I think you have to have Blood Moon. I think it's a card that this archetype just can't win consistently without. Like, you need that lock piece. You need the ability to get to a point in the game where these things can take over the game. Because they're just like, if you go turn 1, let's see, turn 1 Inquisition. Cool. Perfect start. Turn 2 Pyromancer. Turn 3 Lingering Souls. Like, that means you spent turn 2 and 3 not interacting with your opponent at all. And there's a decent chance it just, like, won't matter after that point. It has gotten a little bit better in recent weeks or last month or so since, like, the Uro Field of the Dead ban. So now you can play a longer game. But I just don't think you can take off, like, turns 2 and 3 and stuff like that. They used to have it, people kept playing around Moon. I mean, they're going to, right? Like, anytime you see a Black-Red X deck in Modern, you kind of assume Blood Moon. Look at Aspiring Spike's new brew. It's a Black-Red Witch's Cottage list. It's hot. I saw that one, and it is pretty sweet. Maybe Snakeskin Oil is good for removal heavy deck and Apparition. Snakeskin Oil. It's actually a card. Oh, Snakeskin Veil. This is what we're talking about? Let me say, I don't know of a Snakeskin Oil card. Snakeskin Veil's not the worst, but in a shadow deck, I'd probably rather run Apostle's Blessing before Snakeskin Veil. Do you have the Lightning Bolt Grixis list? Yes I do. Kind of throw some stuff around over here. So I think I've played this list like 4 leagues in the past 4 or 5 days, and I think it's been like 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 3-2. So I just wanted to try and get Village Rites to work because I think it's nuts. Like, I have no problem with the Village Rites plan. I just feel like if you're playing Village Rites, like, don't you want to max out on your ability to play Village Rites? Because, like, you're only playing 3 Pyromancer and then 2 Lingering Souls. So, like, you're cutting out a lot of your good token makers. Village Rites is an instant, right? So you can, like, play Kroxa trigger on the stack, Village Rites it, and draw 2 cards, make them discard. So yeah, I was thinking of trying out Bolt plus Scourge plus Luris and Grixis Shadow Knight, having friends come over for some paper magic. I think like Bolt, Luris, Scourge, if you're talking about in Grixis, is okay. Like, you cut out this, you add in some number of Scourges here, and then you've got like some flex spots to play around with. The only thing I don't like is I hate cutting Gurmag Angler. Like, this card dodges so much. Yeah, like, if you were going Scourge for this, let's, like, open a new copy. It would be something like, get rid of these, add Scourge, Luris as a companion, and you've got 8 slots to play around with that are basically finding ways to like turn Scourge on. Like, you could run 4 Bowmat or 4 Swiss Spear. I don't hate those cards, but like, you don't have Tarmogoyf as an additional threat. You could mix up the mana base a little bit. Run Kroxa. And then, like, what, cut basic island for basic mountain. Might have to cut Snapcaster if you're not reliably getting a double blue as often in your Snap Stub deck. Something kind of like that. So, I guess my, yeah, you could run Sprite Dragon. So maybe closer to 2. Maybe like that or something. But yeah, like the Grixis list, the reason to throw something like Swift Spear in here is because you're not running Gurmag, you can't run Tarmogoyf. So if you're running Scourge is like your second big threat with Shadow, you need to get it online. The reason I don't like it in Jund is you're running Tarmogoyf as a secondary threat. You don't have to have Scourge online turn 2. So you don't need to put as much effort into getting it online. There's a lot more soft stub in this list. Like, you could very easily swap stub out for Spell Pierce if you wanted something more proactive, or maybe like this second Steam Vents needs to be like over the Water Grave. I don't know. It's not my kind of list, so I'm not an expert here by any means. I was in Diablo's stream and asked him about the list. He said if you play it like a Death Shadowed list, you'll lose. That you have to play it more like a control list. With his list, the Dreadhorde Arcanist and everything, yeah. You definitely have to play it a more specific way. But that's also like the reason I don't play these lists. Like, I'm not a fan of the way things play out with, like, Sprite Dragon and cantrips, and this is, like, this is, so when we played this list the other day, you can tell just looking at it that it's geared to beat the creature decks, like bolts, fatal pushes with your Arcanists, but we just ran into, like, Tron, Amulet, and got steamrolled with it. Because with, like, no Street Wraith in your Shadow list, or no Stubborn Denial, no Tarmogoyf is just, like, a bigger turn 2 threat. You're not closing out the game as quickly, and you're not putting as much pressure on your opponent's resources. But yeah, like, I've been happy with this. Obviously, as the meta changes here and there, we'll make some adjustments. I guess the big changes I would look at making are, like, I don't like Ceremonious Rejection. Not really a fan of Cleansing Wildfire. Plague Engineer's a little subpar. Things like that. Scourge just seems off to me in a Grixis list. It seems more often than not you'll be bolting a Titan player at 20 just to play a Scourge. That's why I don't play Scourge in Grixis lists. Like, in standard Grixis lists like this, Scourge is dead almost more often than he's alive. Missed a follow. Lancer999, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you for coming by and hanging out. But, like, if you're wanting to play a more aggressive build, and especially if you're wanting to play Lurrus as your companion, then I think Scourge becomes more of a necessity, because you can't play Gurmag Angler. So you need to do something over the top of other creature decks. And to get Scourge online, you've got to play... To get Scourge online turn 2, you've got to play some number of aggressive red cards to get that going. So, like, again, it's not my preferred style of Shadow, but if there's certain things, like certain aspects of a Shadow deck you want to hit, like I want Lurrus as my companion, I want to play Grixis, then you do have to make adjustments here and there. This is the Vikings list. So I think the only difference between ours is you've got an extra Angler and an extra Snapcaster, where I've got 2 extra bolts, and then 2 bolts over your 2 extra fatal pushes. 2 E, 2 Gust, 2 Brutality, 2 Disdainful Stroke, Draw and Lock, Terminate, Kick Command, 2 K Return, 2 Plague Engineer. So definitely a lot higher on the kill, like, Auriok Champion out of the board plan. I don't mind the Disdainful Strokes, but they've been pretty narrow for me recently. We modern challenging? We absolutely are. 2-1 currently. We beat Burn and HammerTime and lost to Taxes last round. Boo, Taxes. didn't mess around with those last few sideboard slots. There's a lot of flex in Grixis especially. Did you ever hydrate? I did. I had like a whole cup of water when I went out and got my cup. Now I got water on me. We good. We hydrated. That's why we beat Burn. Not the fact that we got to Assassin's Trophy, they're only white source and they drew mono white cards. Nah. Nah. Oh, we got that water. That H2O. Apparently we got a chest sitting around. Might of Oaks. Thomas, why don't you play this in Infect? +7/+7. That's more than Become Immense. It's more than Scale Up. And it's an instant. You see instant on Scale Up? No, you don't. Clint told me how you won. I was doing something that's so sick. Yeah, we like Inquisition on turn 1. They had like double Boros Charm, Skullcrack, Bolt. Took the Bolt. They played second land pass. I played second land. Into my turn, they Boros Charm me. I was like, alright, I got an Assassin's Trophy. Nothing else to do. Hit your only white source. But they just never saw a third land. And ended up like Thought Seizing later and killing them with a Shadow and a Scourge. While they had Path to Exile, Lightning Helix, Boros Charm in hand. And I was at like 4 life. It was great. See, the decks I gotta face right now are Bant Bogles, The Rock, Mono Green Stompy, Eldrazi Tron, Blue White Prison, Artifact Fling, Bant Ephemerate with Soul Herder. Your meta sucks. Oh man, like my suggestions would be don't play Grixis. Those are your friends. With friends like that, who needs enemies? Oh man. But yeah, like your friends sound like really horrendous people to be around at a party. Loving the playlist, so am I. Like, we got this whole Streamlabs premium thing, and now we got some copyright-free music, and it's bumping. Let me adjust this camera just slightly better. Alright. Infect sounds good. Considering one of the guys was on Lantern before the Mox ban. So, blink twice if you're being held hostage against your will. It's called Stockholm Syndrome. It's very common. Happens quite often when somebody is has been captive for an extensive amount of time and they start believing that the behavior of their captors is okay and acceptable and even sometimes preferred. And if you feel like this is describing your life, then just give us a little shout out. We'll contact the authorities and get you out of there as soon as possible. I don't want you to have to suffer alone. But yeah, we got a whole bunch of radio stations. I can't really... I guess I can show them. Screenception. So we can go through like all these, and a lot of them have a whole bunch of hours of music. We're rocking through this retro video game station at the moment. So we'll see how long it comes until we have to go through. They come to my house, eat my snacks, And these are the decks they bring. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you can say something. We're here to help you. We want to get you out of this situation just as badly as you don't want to keep feeding them. Alright, how much longer till the next round? Minute and 18 seconds. 8-bit dance party indeed. Like, I'm over here tapping my feet. Y'all can't even tell, but I'm grooving. So, bench is 2-1. Gendrix 2-1. Tom Ross is 2-1. Diablo is 2-1. Jabberwocky's 1-2. Juju Bean's 2-1. Leviathan's 2-1. Yama Killer's 2-1. Yeah, the boss. Where's he at? Citrus D. Tom the Boss Ross. Probably streaming too. You need to jump over there and abandon us. I understand. Good old Yama Killer. Alright. Let's find out what Yama's on. It's got a bit of a Ponzi feel to it, but Ponzi without a 1-drop. Could be off. Steam vents, so Prowess. Okay. Let's take a Sprite Dragon. Alright. So we're going to do what? We've got perfect information about the hand. Like, I don't really want to thought seize either of these cards. Can't Ren ping because of gut shot. So I think that I just have to play my land, pass. And I'm gonna try to get him to main phase some of these spells, or like combat some of these spells and just get them out of hand. Of course he doesn't want to do. Now we know why. Alright, so if I go fetch up basic swamp, you can get 1, 2, 3 triggers off this. Yeah, we're gonna go fetch basic swamp, play Ren, pick up on this catacombs, pass. The old main phase, crack the fiery islet A. Suspicious. Attacking both at Brent. Okay. Oh, it had to be Stormwing there. Why did it have to be Stormwing? Lava Dart in hand. I was like, just the turn I needed to brick anything impactful. Probably thinks you're on Boomer John. I don't think so with revealing Luris and Bobble. How do you scry with this Stormwing? One top, one bottom. Ignore you. I don't ignore anybody. Except Thomas. Good luck, brother. Jabri, appreciate it. Alright. So we're blocking Swift Spear here because I want him to like fire off I was gonna say burn spells at my Scourge. Alright. This means that I have to hit a removal spell for Stormwing. Or Battle Rage. That's one of those. So let's go ping you. Attack with Scourge. And I just need to fade a burn spell off the top or a haste creature. Having mana is rough. Come on, no burn spell, no burn spell, no burn spell, no burn spell, no burn spell. Still no burn spell, still no burn spell, still no burn spell. Ah! Oh, man. Alright, brutalities come in. K-Command's okay, but not fantastic. Damping Sphere. And Eve's coming in. Hexdrinker and Wrenn can go. Usually shave a Kroxa in the matchup. Do something like that. I think this is like what worked for us well last time. Magic's stressful. Alright. We've got answers to Scourge. Not Scourge, to big bird thing. Stormwing entity, that one. I think I'm gonna do that. Another Soul Scar. Second Soul Scar is a little annoying. Not as annoying as that. So he goes land Soul Scar, attack for 1. I go land Brutality, do what? Like, I'm wondering if I can take both of these burn spells, strand the Stormwing in hand, and just find a way to deal with the Soul Scars. Like, is that worth it? Or do I need to save, like, Thoughtseize the Stormwing? Yeah, I'm just gonna take the burn. Yep. So before anybody says anything, yes, I know he can respond with a burn spell, and this isn't going to kill the Soul Scar. But I get to get both Vapor Snag and Burst Lightning out of hand. I get to turn on Scourge so that I can't actually play it out. I'm not getting Vapor Snag now. So the Opson hits second land. This is pretty rough. Third land. Or Scries. One top, one bottom. So I think I have to pass Trophy the Stormwing. Take my chance with the 2 Soul Scars this turn. Look at the bolt. Alright, so we're dead to any instant or sorcery off the top. There's not an instant or sorcery off the top. Whiff. Dang it. Didn't get the whiff. Didn't get the whiff. I think our sideboarding's fine. Alright. This might be like a heavily rely on Luris hand. But we'll see. A little spell heavy. With no blue mana. Let's go Lightning Bolt, and then we'll probably take Manamorphose next. Mama, you're killing me. Yep. Sure. So, Sprite Dragon, Burst Lightning. I'm gonna Fatal Push this before damage, because if one of these two cards is like a God, light up the stage, I don't want to give him the free ability to recast it right here. Burst Lightning unknown. So if I go Fetch Shock, play Shadow, plays. Am I playing Scourge? Yeah. Play Scourge, play Fetch, say go. Burst Lightning my face. This has got to be light up the stage, right? Yeah. Okay. No cards in hand. got to dodge so much here. Yep. Rough. Needed to find one more removal spell. Alright, what did I miss in chat? Stormwing always hits board. So, like, there were a bunch of plays in both of those games where I was making a tempo line. Like, okay, I can stop this from happening next turn if he doesn't draw this. And basically, my play sucks if he draws something there that fits my criteria. And it's great if he doesn't. So things like the Stormwing line. Taking Stormwing, or leaving him with Stormwing was great if he drew a 1-mana spell or a creature, but he drew Opt into the third land to be able to play the Stormwing. Like if it wasn't Opt, if it was like a Lightning Bolt or something, then my play is fantastic and the Stormwing looks terrible. But he drew the 1-mana spell that lets him play the Stormwing that turn. Or like, what was the other one? He drew the Manamorphose to be able to recast the Stormwing on the same turn. If he had to wait until the next turn and tap down off of mana, it would have been much better. I don't think they understand Shadow Math. I think he understood it completely, because like he blocked the Scourge not thinking that it would die, but thinking that it just prevented damage, right? And then that game 3, why play the tapped land last turn? Because I didn't want to shock and take the damage. Like, they had a known Stormwing. I didn't have a removal spell. All the shock land was doing was getting me closer to dying at that point. Because I knew he had a Burst Lightning, so I couldn't just play out the Shadow blindly. Or it just dies and I've got nothing left. I needed to get to Luris that game, but just kept, like, once he was able to Manamorphose and replay that Stormwing, Luris kind of went out the window there. You mad 3-1, very nice. Very nice. But yeah, that match was kind of a showing of what can or can't go right or wrong when you try to play to a certain number of outs. Like trying to hedge on lines that work a certain way instead of just taking the most powerful cards. Like, how much different would that game of 2 have been if I just took the Stormwing entity and, like, left him with the burn spells?
16 moves! Congratulations, you're on top of the table!
Love ads in the background, they're so loud. Alright, well, we're 2-2. We move on. As always, we play until we either pick up our third loss or win it all, whichever comes first. So, we'll see what happens. We will continue to fight. I think last Sunday we played Prowess, what, 3 times, and won that matchup 3 times, so I certainly don't think it's a bad matchup. I think a lot of it comes down to, like, what threats your opponent sees. Like, I don't think we can afford to keep hands that don't have some way of answering Stormwing Entity. Either Thought Seizing it out of hand or having, like, Dismember, Bolt, Assassin's Trophy, something to answer it when it hits the field. Stormwing's definitely the best threat out of them, but, like, if they see Swift Spears, we feel amazing. If they see Sprite Dragons and Soul Scars, it's kind of rough, but not the worst. If they're able to just land Stormwings, though, it's terrible. We got so long until the next round. Why do people have to play control decks? And like, even if things go poorly today, we're still playing the PTQ tomorrow. Fire up some old school RuneScape about that. Let's see. What are we hoping to see for the next couple of rounds? Don't really know. Maybe more hammer time. Don't think hammer time would be the worst. Maybe see some lunch. How about that? Fire up some Sporkle. Picture click set symbols. Now we're talking. Let's see. Ice Age. Easy. Mirage. Mirage, where you at? No. Mirage. 4th edition. So 1B, 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 1B. 2012. So in 12, 2013. On a roll. Time Spiral, Hourglass. Fallen Empires. That should be that. Go to the Gatewatch. Saviors of Kamigawa. That's the Lantern. So it's Champions is the Arch. This is Betrayers and Saviors. Dark Steel. Dark Steel. Cold Snap. Easy. Stronghold. Dragon's Maze. So, Return to Ravnica. Pretty sure this is Dragon's Maze. Yeah. Mirrodin. Where are you, Mirrodin? So, 5th Dawn. Mirrodin, 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 Mirrodin. Why am I not seeing Mirrodin? No. No. Nope. Nope. Negative. Nada. Filch. My time spiral, did I miss it? Oh, I did miss it. Ah. I glanced over that and I was like, oh, Arabian Nights. And then I got up here. It was like, oh, not Arabian Nights. Good call. Shards of Alara. Shards of Alara. 7th edition. Should be a 7. Onslaught. Antiquities. Eventide. One of my favorite sets. Eventide, the Dark, Arabian Nights, Fate Reforged. Where are you at, Fate Reforged? I don't even remember seeing Fate Reforged. I know the symbol. Am I just like completely missing over it? There. Alright. Rise of the Eldrazi. Where's all our little OG Eldrazi? Rise of the Eldrazi. 6th should be, yep, Starter. The Star. Magic 2011. M11. Gate Crash. So that's Return to Ravnica. So the one between that, or no, Return to Ravnica is that center one. So this is Gate Crash. That's Return to Ravnica. Portal 2nd Age. Champions of Kamigawa is the Arch. New Phyrexia. Phyrexia Mana. Exodus. No Exodus. Exodus. So we've got Nemesis, Judgment, I know these are like Scourge and Legions, but I can't remember which is which. Prophecy, Exodus is the bridge, isn't it? City of Traitors. Dragons of Tarkir is the dragon in front. Alliances. Khans of Tarkir is Khan symbol in front. Which is there. Out of 2010. M10. Tempest. Plane shift. Shift. Origins. Easy. Weather light. Look at. Nemesis. Portal. 3 Kingdoms. I think I saw up here somewhere. Oh no, down here. Portal. Judgment. Invasion. I want to say Apocalypse. Invasion. Is that right? I'm gonna go with it. Are we going with it? I think Invasion. Yes. Mirrodin Besieged. So that's Scars of Mirrodin. That was correct. Scars. That's Mirrodin Besieged. Magic 2015 is in 15. I know I saw you earlier. In 15. Born of the Gods. Alright, so we've got Theros. It's Theros, Journey to Nyx, and Born of the Gods. I know that's Theros. I want to say Born of the Gods, Journey into Nyx. So I think it's this one. This could be a miss as well. Ha ha ha. Visions. Lorwyn, favorite set of all time. Shadows over Innistrad. So, Avacyn Restored. Innistrad. Dark Ascension. Which means... Is that right? Is that Shadows or was that Eldritch Moon? Using like process of elimination for some of these. I think that's Shadows. Alright. Conflux. Easy. Apocalypse. Betrayers of Kamigawa. Where's our Shuriken? Avacyn Restored. 10th edition should just be the X. Legions and Scourge. I think Legions. No. Which one was Slivers? Scourge. Yes. Return to Ravnica. Scars of Mirrodin. 5th edition. Should just be V. Dissension. Urza's Destiny. So Urza's Saga. So there's Torment. So that's Torment. Oh, is that Legions? Is that where I was messing up? Alright, so that is Legion. Gotcha. I don't know why I was thinking. I got like all Scourge, Torment, Legions all tangled up. Alright, so Destiny, I'm pretty sure is the hammer. Nope, it was the vial. Dang. We're gonna miss one here. So Innistrad, World Wake. Yeah, like Urza, I can never remember Destiny and Legacy. I always remember Saga, Odyssey, Mercadian Masks, Shadowmoor, Future Sight, Guild Pack, Zendikar of the OG variety, 9th edition, Morning Tide, Legions, Ravnica City of Guilds, Unhinged, Unglued. So this is Unhinged. This is Unglued. Dark Ascension, Planar Chaos, Theros 5th Dawn, 8th edition, Resident 8, and 14, Urza's Legacy, Unglued, Homelands, Journey to Nyx, Battle for Zendikar, Legends, Prophecy, Torment, Portal, Saga. Missed one. God, we were so close. If I had known the Urza sets better. Alright, how much time do we have left? Still 3 rounds going on. I've betrayed you all by not knowing the Urza sets. Pick the Magic the Gathering keywords from their reminder text. Begin your upkeep if this came under your control since the beginning of your last upkeep. Sacrifice unless you pay its echo cost. Okay. And this creature deals combat damage to a player if it isn't blank, but in 1/1 counters on it and becomes blank. Oh, this is the one from Origins, right? It's got like that one renown, is that it? Yes, good call. Cast a spell only from your graveyard and then exile it. What's the backside of like Return to Dust? Aftermath? Yeah. This creature can't be blocked except by artifact creatures and or black creatures. Fear? Each blanking player reveals the top card of his or her library, then puts that card on the top or bottom. Player wins Clash. Clash. Easy. A blanked creature won't untap during your turn. Next untaps it. Exalted. Not Exalted. Or no, God. Not Exalt. Exert. Exert. We're gonna pretend that one didn't happen. This creature deals damage to a creature in the form of -1/-1 counters and the players in the form of poison counters. In fact, Thomas, I hope you're happy on that one. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, if that creature has greater power or toughness than this creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. God, it's that 1 mana green dude. Like you sack or remove 2 or 3 counters off of them, you regenerate them. Evolve. Good call. Evolve. Cost. Discard this card. Draw a card. Cycle. As long as the spell is on the stack, players can't cast spells or activate abilities that aren't mana abilities. Angel's Grace, Split Second. You may pay an additional blank any number of times as you cast a spell. Multi-kicker. Multi-kicker. One less to cast for each opponent. This has Commander written all over it, and I have no idea. One less to cast for each opponent. No clue whatsoever. I haven't paid attention to Commander products since, like, Flusterstorm got printed. True Name Nemesis, those. So if anybody's got a guess on this one, your guess is better than mine. I know, like, Goad is a Commander word, but it's like creatures have to attack someone that's not you. Dethrone, Conspire, like all Commander cards or Commander keywords. But I have no idea what like any of them are. We're gonna take a guess here and say Conspire. Nope. Put a 1/1 counter on up to in other target creatures. 1/1 counter on up to in other target creatures. So it's not like Bolster, because Bolster's creature with the lowest toughness. 1/1 counter on up to in other target creatures. Counter on other creatures. I don't know on this one. I'm going to say support sounds good. We're great. Creature can attack and tap as soon as it comes under your control. Haste. Creature can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach. Put a token on the battlefield that's a copy of a creature token you control. There's one that's like put a copy of any token. Say populate. Alright. Creature can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. Menace. If this creature becomes blocked, it gets +N/+N until end of turn for each creature blocking it beyond the first. Whenever this creature becomes blocked, it gets +N/+N until end of turn for each creature blocking it beyond the first. So Bushido's got a number, so it's not Bushido. How much time do we have? Still a few minutes. +N/+N, each creature blocking it beyond the first. I'm just gonna pick one. Nope. Scry in beginning of your upkeep, put an age counter on this permanent and sacrifice it. Cumulative upkeep. Blank in, look at the top end cards of an opponent's library. Fate Seal. If this creature isn't blank, put in 1/1 counters on it and it becomes monstrous. Monstrous not on here? Or is it the new one? I think it's the new one just because of the way this is written. Like, it doesn't make sense to say if this creature isn't monstrosity, put N11 counters on it and it becomes monstrosity. I think it's the new one. On, like, the 2-mana guy that you put a counter on him and he goes against another copy of himself, or Benthic Biomancer. What's that keyword? Oh, what is that keyword? Or no, I guess that one's only 1/1, so I guess it would have to be monstrous. Oh, good call. I was incorrect. This creature can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control. Expert. Choose any number of permanents and or players with counters on them. Proliferate. Still got a couple minutes. May cast this for its blank cost if you dealt combat damage to a player this turn with a... So this is Prowl. Cast it for its Prowl cost if you did combat damage with a rogue. When you cast this spell, copy it for each permanent and put into a graveyard this turn. Gravestorm. Each C in the mana cost of permanents you control counts towards your blank. Devotion. So your next turn, the permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Detain. If you cast a spell for cost, also put N11 counters on target land you control. Awaken. One of the cool abilities I wish it made it into Modern. Every creature type at all times. Changeling. Choose a creature with the least toughness. Yeah, holster. Still waiting. This permanent enters the battlefield with N counters on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, remove a counter from it if you can't sacrifice it. Fading. Creature comes into play with N1/+1/+1 counters on it. Whenever another creature comes into play, you may remove a +1/+1 counter from this creature onto it. Grab. Yeah. When this creature dies, if it had no -1/-1/-1 counters on it, return it. Persist. Persist. This creature would assign enough damage to its blockers to destroy them. Trample. Pay this cost for each mode chosen beyond the first. Oh, collective brutality. Escalate. Pay additional costs as you cast this spell. If you do, put this card in your hand as it resolves. My back. Still waiting. Feedback on a soul tie list. Alright, let me pause this. Let's see what we got. Alright. 4 Shadow, 4 Hex Drinker, 2 Snapcaster, 4 Tarmogoyf, 3 Ice Fang Twaddle, 4 Bobble, 4 Push, 2 Inquisition, 3 Stub, 2 Scour, 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Unearth, 2 Dismember, 2 Breeding Pool, 1 Icy Tunnel. I'm guessing these are the new Snowlands. Icy Tunnel, Misty, Overgrown Tomb, Rhymewood, 4 Shalom Swamp, Catacombs Grave, Chasm. Well, the first, I guess, big hiccup would be if you're getting these, any of these, like, snow dual lands early to turn on Ice Fang, you're gonna have to get up to, like, 4th, 5th mana to turn on Shadow. And that might be a little awkward. And if you go aggressively on the Fetch Shock plan, then you've got to get to like 3rd, 4th, 5th land to turn on Ice Fang Koala. So like that's a pretty big competition of resources there. Like, maybe you could keep the Ice Fangs and cut the Snow Duels, but then you want, like, your Snow Basics early to turn on your Ice Fangs, and you don't want Basics with Shadow. So I just think, like, it would either have to be cut the Shadow, or cut the Shadows, or cut the Ice Fangs and Snow Basics. I think that both of those together are just going in so hard in opposite directions. Like, if they had a Snow Shock land, then it would be great, right? But because it's a Snow, enter the battlefield tapped, can't pay any life land, it's much rougher. All right. Tron. This is a matchup where I'm absolutely going to have to just, like, bolt my opponent to get these Scourges online. Modern needs Baleful Strix. I said it. I don't know if we're going to agree on that one. I am completely fine as a Shadow player not having Baleful Strix in my Modern. Alright. So as awkward as this sounds, I really want my opponent to go Reality Smasher, attack for 5. Dang. I didn't want that one. The reason I wanted Reality Smasher attack for 5 is so that I could hit back for 3, play a Scourge, and it would just be bigger than everything they've got. But I guess I get to do this now, and that's pretty okay. Don't do anything too mean. Okay. I can live with that. This isn't lethal. So we're just gonna crash in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They can't always dust here. So what's this attack for? They'd have to like double matter reshaper or something here. They can't Karn plus bridge. That's not a good start. That's not gonna do it either. But I'll do this just for the heck of it. You may have my Death Shadow. I'll bring an EE for Chalice. Like that. Probably a bait and hope you make a mistake attack. I mean, I don't know what mistake attack I'm going to make with two just like giant lethal attackers. Like, they couldn't always dust there, so it's kind of up to them to stop me. They couldn't, like, dismember plus a thought knock because they just didn't have the life for it. This is a ship. This is like a keep and not feel happy about it. Maybe cut Ice Fangs for Nimble Mongoose. Can't say Nimble Mongoose sounds exactly better. Like, it sounds okay, but it doesn't sound like a great use of resources. Alright, so I'm just gonna play Tarmogoyf here. Like, Nimble Mongoose just takes so much setup to be okay. This is, yep, second temple, so they go Temple Smasher, hit me in the face. I say sure. Alright, and now I get to hit them back. Stomping Ground, Shadow, and I get royally wrecked if they've got a Blast Zone here. But hope is they just go like second Smasher swing. They do not. So now we attack with both. See what blocks look like. Want to block there, eh? I think we'll just say okay to this. Let them crack these scavenger grounds. fine. Here is second Death Shadow. Go. And now, can your Reality Smasher beat a whole bunch of lightning bolts? I'm going to assume this is a no. So I'm going to attack, deal my damage, and then bolt. Like, I could bolt myself, but maybe if there's some little, like, corner case scenario where I don't want to go below 6 life. Like, they've got some answer to a shadow here, plus Reality Smasher on the way back. And I'd rather be above 5. Alright, well now we've got a lot of time. Guess we need to update the record. 3-2. Cool. Cool. Jund, Eldrazi, Tron. Well then. E for 5, I wish. So, Nimble Mongoose, back to UMAD's list. Like, Nimble Mongoose needs full playset of Scours to even start, like, approaching playable. And at that point, I think you'd rather just have, like, Gurmag Anglers. I feel like a lot of the time people say Gurmag and Tarmogoyf like shouldn't be in the same deck, and I don't really like that reasoning because like Tarmogoyf and Gurmag compete for your graveyard, but Tarmogoyf's always going to have your opponent's graveyard to count as well, and if you don't have a Gurmag, it's going to be good on your side. Yeah, I think they're, like, fine together. Is this matchup always this good to us? Depends on the variant. Because, like, you can go across the list, and, like, the green-black X shadow variants typically have a really good Eldrazi Tron matchup. Grixis does not. And one of the primary reasons there is green-black being able to put out a threat like every turn, every other turn, where Grixis can't. And Grixis, Gurmag has to trade with Reality Smasher. Black-Green X, Tarmogoyf can just get bigger than Smasher, as well as like Scourge. And Grixis gets locked out by Chalice of the Void. A lot worse than the black-green varieties do. Cast this card by sacrificing a creature and paying the blank cost reduced by that creature's converted mana cost. Elder Deep Fiend. Emerge. Yeah. Since it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice any number of creatures with n times the number of +1/+1 counters on it. Devour. Yeah. 2 commanders, if they both have a partner. So good at this game. Cost tap, put 1 counter on this creature, blank only as a sorcery. Put a 1/1 counter on this creature, only as a sorcery. What can you do as a sorcery? Put a 1/1 counter on something. From cons, and it makes sense. It's not bolster. We already had that one. but that one's like you can only put a 1/1 counter on a dude with the lowest toughness, but that's also Fate Reforged, I think. I'm not sure. We're gonna go the stone. It's not. Outlast. Damn. Grr. Turn an unblocked attacker you control to hand. Put this card onto the battle from your hand, tapped and attacking. Ninjutsu. This land enters the battlefield tapped. When it does, look at the top 4 cards of your library. Exile 1 face down for the rest of the bottom of your library. Oh, Hideaway. Boom. Blocks or becomes blocked. It gets +N/+N until end of turn. Bushido. Can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Oh, this was like a couple years ago, right? Skull. When this attacks, you may have target creature defending player controls, untap, and block if able. I remember there was a busted white guy in Limited with Outlast. Was it like that 1/4 or something? Is that right? The Mardu guy? Maybe like a 1/3. Mo redeemed Hydrate. Got you. Alright, when this attacks, you may have target creature defending player controls, untap and block it if able. Outlast was Abzan. So it was a white-black dude, right? So that's still Abzan. I just thought it was Mardu. But it was like a white dude and like the ability was black or something on the color identity had black. Let's see. MTG Outlast. Maybe I'm old. This is the guy I'm thinking of. It wasn't a 1/3, 1/2, sorry. But yeah, this is definitely the guy I'm thinking of. And like that one. The Falconer was pretty sweet. Alright, where did my... Come back here. You're trying to guess keywords. Provoke sounds good. Swill. Sweet. Yeah. I think I just combined sweet and cool. Yeah, Falconer was dope. So your next turn, that creature attacks each combat if able to attack player other than you. It's Goad. Every creature without blank blocks this turn. Blocking creature gets -1/-1. Never a creature without not horsemanship. So that would be never a creature without blank blocks. Gets -1/-1 until the end of the turn. Are we sure that's not horsemanship? As you cast a spell, you may tap 2 untapped creatures you control and share a color with it. Oh, that goblin, like 6 mana legendary goblin that gives all of your spells this ability. Ian, how's it going? I think we're 3-2 at the moment. Sounds right. Eh. Alright, let's go to a shorter quiz. 20 minutes is like a long time for a quiz. We just want to do something between rounds, even though we've got like 30 minutes here. That's what the stream says. All these set symbol ones. Oh, wasn't there a Scryfall has like an art challenge? I don't know if you've seen this. Is it art game? Alright, so it just shows like random art from a modern legal card. And we get to guess what that card is. And some of these are like ridiculously obscure. So I would guess some sort of harp or lyre or something Theros related. It is some Theros card. There's very clearly a satyr hanging out over here. So we're gonna say... like, I want to say something lyre. Entrancing lyre. I'm so good. Just tap and don't untap. I don't think that would have gotten me to entrancing. This art's badass. I have no idea what the card is. I'm assuming Ixalan, because this looks like a dinosaur chasing a pirate. And that feels pretty Ixalan-y to me. Ikoria? The cycler guy? Valiant Rescuer? Sounds like as good of a guess as mine. Rescuer. Correct. Very nice. Alright, so we've got like a Kamigawa feel. What do we think? As far as the card, a lot of these ones that they show in like modern are really, really obscure. But I'm going to guess Kamigawa. I don't know if anybody has an actual guess, because I'm not gonna have a clue on this one. I was not playing during Kamigawa. We can skip it. And ooh, the command from the Primal Command cycle, Incendiary Command. Incendiary Command. If the spelling is off, I'm still giving it to us. Oh. What do we think for this. Something, ghosts, and a well. I know it's not witching well. Any kind of well guesses? Some kind of apparition. But, what kind of apparition? Why are they at a well? Also, what's the difference between an apparition and a ghost? Is there, like, actual technical differences? The kind that appear, I guess. Timmy fell down. Alright, well, that's first guess we got. That's what we're going with. Timmy fell down. Ah, ghastly discovery. Oh, I should know this. I should know this. God, I know I've seen this card. Hellspark? Is it Hellspark? Hellspark Elemental? Give it a guess. Elemental Mastery. God, we've got so much time between rounds. Alright. I want to see if we can get to, like, a card that we know. Do Pioneer. It's, like, more recently. It's like a stomp artwork or like crush underfoot. I'm not even sure what this is for, like a giant, or why has this giant got 3 toes? I don't have a clue for this. Oh, monstrous step, duh. Heat stream. Oh, we should know this one. We should know this one. Oh, Thomas, were you here yesterday when I was showing it off and telling the story? Little Kefnet action. Sorry, Kefnet, don't look. I swear it's not you dying. Let's see. What is this card? Ah. I wouldn't have remembered the name of it. How about we just like go watch someone else that's streaming until it the next round starts? Let's watch GG playing the NRG series. So we're just kind of waiting for the next round to start. As soon as it does, we'll be ready to play again. I guess I could do sound, like, let's cut the stream sound, put GG's sound on, and we can listen in.
I'm gonna wait as long as I can. They haven't checked in yet, so.
Guess we can see who all's streaming.
Pretty sick winning game one with that.
Diablo, Canister.
Definitely helped us out though. It would have been a very different game. This hand's so awkward. Couldn't find a green source.
Alright, what do we got?
How good Cave Commander is. Try it. Just draw fetch land. This is incredible here.
Like, the Thoughtseize on 1 is great.
Nothing turn 2 for this.
Not having green on 2 for Tarmogoyf is a little rough. That answers that.
Mulligan's are fine. That's awesome. We have Tarmogoyf, so I don't care about Aberration. Yeah, I'm just taking. Or I don't care about Waterfall. Yeah, I just take Aberration.
Where were these hands out of our taxes opponent?
Also, this hand doesn't care about Arbiter at all. It's really fun. I wonder if Ariok's a reason to leave Hex in the deck. I don't think so.
So if this is turn 3, Oriok out of his opponent.
Ooh, we get a little spicy 2-for-1 next turn. Love to see it.
Never mind.
Getting this land. Oh, deep shot, yeah. Definitely take our 2.
Deja vu, indeed.
Oh, for our opponent's game. It's also Grozgoyf. So good.
Who?
What just happened?
2 blind draws were Path and Vile.
I was like, what the fuck? You're gonna have to hit this up with you. Sorry,
Little double Q action.
That's fine. It's definitely weak to seize. Nice that we got the play at least. Ball trick ourselves. Smoke with that, I guess. I think I will. I want to buy Prowess next turn. They do have
Or-
I'm scared.
Are they sandbagging the quarter for the second Arbiter? Or did they draw the quarter after having the Arbiter? What do you think?
Very, very slow. Titan is not seeing a lot of play. I don't remember the last time I played against Titan. Scourge? Oh yeah, I am definitely wrong.
So, this is a play I'm not a huge fan of. Cracking the bauble on your turn
It's unfavored against you.
when he just said that he knows his opponent's on Jund. So, like, you just drew one of your best threats into a potential discard spell with no way of protecting it.
There's a lot of reasons for that because I'm not great anymore. I think it's fine though. Yeah, I don't think it's terrible. People are all doom and gloom. If you want to play Ponza, like, I'm sure you can be fine.
And you could very easily just, like, pass the turn, bauble scry yourself at the end of their turn. Like, if they don't have anything, if they don't have the hand disruption spell, then, like, you get lucky here, but you don't just
Really don't want to see.
make a play because it's, like, the right line.
Second Quake is a very good throw. Thank God our taxes is what I can see to do. Jesus Christ. It took so long. Alright, my jump opponent just tried to bolt his hunter.
And the opponent doesn't know what they're doing.
If I lose to this guy, I might get off for the day. Love to see it though.
Oh, man.
Back to the fetching is really good for us.
Got Goy for their own.
Really? That'd be annoying.
They did just bolt a Goyf.
Really honest too.
I can confirm that is what just happened.
Okay.
It was painful to watch. Super Papega.
Is this F6?
I don't think you play out
What did
the
they try to cast last turn?
Scourge here. I think you play out the second Goyf.
They had a removal spell at sorcery speed, and then they decided that Lily was better, and then I played another creature and invalidated their Lily. Is that what's happening?
Maybe not. Like, Scourge is your better threat in the long run.
Edict me, and I get
So I'd rather, like, eat removal spells with
so I can go
Tarmogoyfs.
fetch. Do I have lethal? Let's see. I'm at 12. I'll hold them for now. I believe it's lethal. 8, 9, 10, 11. If I draw a fetch.
It's lethal fetch, yeah.
Damn it, it's a one-off. It's 11 you. Play 2 threats. I'll just hate them. These boys.
I like this. You just turn any, like, fetch land from your opponent into lethal for you. And their best card here is, like, Maelstrom Pulse. So if they pulse your Scourges, you still get to just, like, hit them with the Hexdrinker for 2, Bolt Face. Call it a game. It's a drop GG a message.
came in right in time to see that bolt in the void. Yeah, it was great. What's the NRG tournament? It's just
Alright, so
a
we got
tournament.
one match left,
Ghosts.
and
Top
we'll be
eight,
back to
you win.
ours.
If you win, you get a lot of money. They're only playing one Ren and 6, so I don't want to cut Drinker at all.
Is it an open deck list tournament?
The list is so fucking weird. It's like 3 Croxa, 3 Confidant, 1 Ren and 6, 4 Lilies, no Season Pyro, which I think is a huge mistake. A Blood Chief's Thirst. It's in their sideboard. I guess they have 3 Brutalities, but I don't think they're bringing that card in against me. Yeah, they're not. Definitely not. They shouldn't anyway. Their sideboard doesn't have like much for this matchup at all. And I believe they're not playing Veil. Yeah, they're not playing Veil, so I just don't have to play around Veil.
Come on, last match of our round, or of our event.
So what the hell am I cutting? Normally I'd cut Drinker, but they're only on 1 Ren. Like, I like all of these cards. I'm not cutting Goy for Scourge. I'm not cutting anything.
Cutting Hex Drinker against Jund. Interesting.
Bolt is too good. I guess the cut is just like Inquisition and 1 Hex Drinker. I think I like Drinker more than Inquisition if you're playing one.
I'm cutting like Battle Rages, Hex Drinker, or not Hex Drinker, Battle Rage and Inquisitions, boarding in like Assassin's Trophies, Croxas. I don't know what else is in his board.
Yeah, I mean that's possible, but if that's the case, Boulder
Fail.
entering a competitive tournament, right? I'm gonna keep this. Sand's not good, but I'm not mulliganing. Roll the 6. Hopefully no C's. Yeah, C's isn't that bad, to be honest.
Who's taking so long? Saka and Nair.
They have the C's. Oh, okay, that's good for me. I think it's insane that they're not playing Veil, by the way. It's the easiest Liliana of my life.
So with our event, since we can't really control a whole lot, with 3 people over the threshold for a new round, that means there should be like multiple X and 2s making top 8. I don't think we're live for top 8 since we picked up our losses so early. But usually when there's like right below the threshold for a next round,
It's probably a Lily.
there's like a couple X1s that don't make it. Or when it's like right over the threshold for a new round and they got to play a whole nother round with all those X1s that some might not make it. Now those
I think I might cycle Veil.
8, 9 X1s become 4 X1s. And so now you've got like 3 X2s making it instead of no X2s.
I don't think it is.
So that would be a reason to continue playing.
Push. Come on, man. I think we're so far behind with the Lily on the board.
But a lot of it also comes down to like how do our opponents do over the
Well,
next
if I play Lurrus,
X amount of rounds.
I guess then I fail. I don't know.
Like Yama Killer won.
And they have Edict again.
They're up.
Swing, so, yeah.
Wordy was my round 1 opponent that I didn't get to cover on stream. Playing Hammer Times, they're 4-1.
I just feel like they have 2
Scipios was one of our opponents. The
Just is never getting
Taxes, I think. No, that wasn't Taxes. That was something. Or that was Burn, maybe. So they're 4-1. Which just means we've got one of our opponents left. How did our taxes opponent do?
Yeah, I'm not gonna beat this Lily. I guess I can gem this boy.
Where's our taxes opponent?
Like, they get to edict me, but...
That was them, right?
Play
Pinups.
Loris and they edict again, but...
So yeah, like all 5 of my opponents, or all 4, 5, I think are currently X and 1.
Like Veil of Summer.
Let's get the music going back. So bench is 3-2 with me. Let's see, 1 opponent, 2, 3. I guess the other 2 lost. Yeah, they would be 3-2, so 3 4-1s, 3-2, and whatever the last one is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so 4 4-1s and a 3-2 for our opponents. So like our tiebreakers are pretty okay at the moment. Love the music. Makes me want to jam. Alright, what do we got for round 6? Playing Canister. Canister on Esper control. Alright. Let's lead it off with Inquisition. Guile, they got Push, Mana Leak. So I guess we're going tempo here. Kind of the goal right now is to get them to use this Kaya's Guile on Tarmogoyf. So that we might be able to like play out Hex Drinker, level it up all the way. Don't want them to have a fatal push here. I just want this to be like add lures to the hand, pass. maybe we get to catch like a main phase Kaya's Guile here. Come on, main phase Guile. Come on, main phase Guile. Main phase Guile one time. Alright. Ultis isn't terrible. Go cast Thoughtseize. Guile. Yep. Second dude. You do not nuke my yard. So I could take Snapcaster, resolve Luris here. All right. My goal is just to get this Hex Drinker down and level it up so he can't steal it with Archmage's Charm. So I feel like if I can do that, I've got a reasonable shot. River of Tears. I wouldn't mind Esper Charm make me discard too. Alright, so let's cast Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf resolves. So if I Fatal Push the Spirit, and I get to attack him with Luris. He drew a Snapcaster. Gets a little awkward. But I can't imagine he's gonna Esper Charm me with one card left and like Luris Goyf on the battlefield. But like mana leaking this doesn't look particularly good. Charm it doesn't look great. I don't know his last card, but he would have to draw like White Source plus Verdict. And then if he does that, it means I do get to land Hex Drinker and level it up. Esper Charm make me discard? No, Esper Charm draw 2. Sure. Alright, what you got? This White Source Verdict? White Source Eliminate, sure. Alright, so he's got to have second removal spell here to deal with the second Tarmogoyf. Which means I should get Hex Drinker down. Alright, so I'll go ahead and Fatal Push this before blocks, so I know I'm going to get the 4 damage in. Yep. Alright, don't verdict me. Oh, man. Ah. Justice. Justice! Oh! Justice! Oh, man. I'm gonna cry over here laughing. God gamer indeed. So pushes are bad, dismembers are bad, battle rage is bad. I just turn like seal as my last card. Go like this. Sometimes all you need is to top deck a lightning bolt. And like I had to bolt on my turn because I know he had Archmage's Charm in hand. So if I try to like get fancy and bolt on his upkeep, then I just run into Archmage's Charm. If I try to wait around for him to like tap down or something, there's just too many opportunities for him to draw like second Kaya's Guile or any other spell to stop the bolt. So like his only out there is Force of Negation, and like he'd already ripped Verdict, the second White Source. So like I can't play around him ripping the Force of Negation too. Alright. His hand's solid. Get to take some good spells out of his hand. Potentially drop a Scourge at some point. We've got basic Forest, basic Swamp. I don't think this is ever going to be a basic matchup. Alright. So Brutality's got to hit one of these. So we'll hit Teferi. Next turn we can Brutality the Esper Charm. And then the third turn after, Thoughtseize the Guile. So I need to double mode this. Ditch a land. I've got to double mode this because I need to get the Scourge down next turn. Take the Guile so that he can't gain 2 life in response to my Thoughtseize. Yep. Supreme Verdict. So if I go take Jace, play Scourge, he plays Verdict. No, I just have to take Verdict. Oh, sure. So Jace, bounce Scourge. Yep. K command, discard, kill Jace. So we got land to fairy. I need to hit 4th land so I can go double spell and try to outgrind this to fairy. Land, not allowed. I can double spell, but not good double spell. I need to get to this Croxa. Second Jace is probably game over. Fetch land. Fetch land. Never mind. I guess with Ventress now. I mean, like, we're up on time right now, so we can play for information. We can play to see what other spells he's brought in. Like, we don't have to be playing for the win to keep playing. But let's say he's brought in something like Monastery Mentor to try to close out the game. I'd like to know about it going into Game 3. Like, you can get a lot of information by just not auto-scooping. I don't think Canister is going to time out by any means, so I'm not playing the clock, but I'm playing to see any cards that I might not have otherwise seen that help influence my my sideboard decisions for Game 3. So I may not see anything. But I think at this point it's pretty wrapped up, and if he does, when I say it's pretty wrapped up, I don't mean we're losing. We already know that. I mean that if he's got something like a Monastery Mentor, he's not going to show it to us at this point. So we want the second Spell Bomb. Maybe. All right. Alright, so I'm gonna bobble myself on my turn 1. I know I've got this discard spell, but hitting the second land is more important to me right now than casting the discard spell on turn 1. So even though Stomping Ground's not the best, it's not the worst. Double Guile. So I guess we're taking a Guile, playing a Hex Drinker, playing to Brutality the other Guile next turn. I think Ren would probably be like my best draw there. Alright, I do want to discard this Guile. Like, I want to put Canister into, like, the Force Supreme Verdict part of the game. Will, how's it going? Great to see you, as always. Alright, so let's get Esper Charm, because they're closer to casting that one. Level up Hex Drinker. Start chugging in. This looks like a fun game to catch. What's new? Not a whole lot. What are we, like 3-1? 3-2 right now? 3-2 in this event. Hoping to maybe beat Canister somehow on Esper Control, which I would not complain about. So let's take another instant or sorcery, possibly. Probably just going to take Purge here. Or no, they've got Fatal Push, so I think I'm just going to take Verdict. Am I taking Verdict? Let's take... This doesn't matter too terribly much. So yeah, we'll just take Verdict, level up the Hex Drinker again. Like, I'm planning on just trying to get the 4 points of damage in this next turn and then bolt upstairs for that. Okay. Whew. Like, the points of burn in hand are nice, but I would rather get their ways of potentially answering the Hex Drink off the board, because I don't want them to just top deck like a Kaya's Guile and sack the Hex Drinker, gain life, and then the burn plan doesn't matter. So if I'm like discarding Shadow or something to the Brutality and they Hex Drinker me, or they Kaya's Guile me, then I just throw away all of my gas going all in on the burn plan. And I don't think the position we were in meant that we needed to do that. Who's that again that we just played against? Canister? Peter Glogowski? I think it's... That's who it is. Let me double check. Yeah. Pretty good player, if I do say so myself. So that's a pretty solid one. I think I've played Canister twice. twice now. Once when he was on the Tybalt's Trickery deck, and like we smoked him on that one because we were playing, I think, Grixis Shadow, and that matchup was like unlosable for us. And then this one. Hexdrinker OP. Hexdrinker pretty good. Like, I'm really loving the 2 of them. I feel like I'm seeing enough of them, but I just felt like 4 was too many. One of the Secret Platinum Pros back when that was a thing. Wasn't as big on social media until recently. Yeah, as soon as things started moving online and like the MPL played online, he started like taking off on his Twitch platform. Wasn't he the Lantern guy too? I believe so. We can scour YouTube and find out. Let's see. Sure, he's got to have some, been in so many world championships, it's insane. Grand Prix Milan, semifinals. Looks like with Amulet Titan. Or no, this was like Amulet, what was that enchantment that you copied the instants and sorceries? God, you don't know what I'm talking about. You cast pack, like pact of negation, your own thing. Hive mind, yes. Like, canister kind of Rex face. Mythic Invitationals, Grand Finals. I think there's another Mythic Invitational Grand Finals. Dude is a very, very good Magic player. So winning that one feels pretty nice, not gonna lie. But it wears you out, for sure. Steven wasn't even in here to witness it? Some moderator, am I right? Oh, man. I think for that, we're gonna bust into the second box of Time Spiral Remastered. I got like 3 boxes here. I've been looking for a reason to bust into the second one. I think that when a win over a world-class player, one of the tops in the world, playing a horrendous matchup for us, I think deserves opening a pack or two. Alright, pack 1. What do we got? Let's go through. We've got Logic Knot. We've got, I can't tell, Coal Stoker. Yeah, of course, Coal Stoker. We've got Valid Shell Dweller. Mind Stab. There's got to be an easier way to do this, right? Like, Chromatic Star. The Chromatic Star art is beautiful. Mana Tithe. Hate that card so much. Dirkwood Baloth. naturally. Orcish Cannonade. Fortify. Do we have a foil in this pack? We do. So let's go 1, 2, 3. Set these down. So our uncommons are Spore Sour Thallid, Calciform Pools, one of the old storage lands, and Bonded Fetch. Our rare for the pack is... what is that? Tombstalker? Tombstalker. Former Legacy Death Shadow staple. Our time-shifted card for the pack is... Gurmag Angler. Love it. Love it. That's so pretty. And we still got a foil behind this. But... so our foil for the pack is... a foil Sarcomite Mirror. But more importantly, a little Gurmag boy. So let's throw some of these random cards aside so I can organize them later. Alright. Angler is good for you, Mike. 3 more for your Grixis. I don't know. I could get old or all old border Gurmags, but that would mean that I would have to stop playing the signed ones, and that's a tough ask. Like, I could send the old, or if I get a set of the old ones, I could send them in to get signed. But they would have to go to China in the middle of COVID, and it could be like a year before those things come back. But as far as polls for Grixis so far, like old border cards that we could play in Grixis, we have got... pull these aside. We can kind of see what's come out of the first box. First box plus a couple packs. Or first box plus a pack. Yeah, sounds right. And the Pursuit to Old Border out Grixis. Flex Spot. I don't think we've tested it much, but I don't think it's a bad card. Liliana's Triumph. Sideboard. Every sideboard box, I think, has this in there. Not necessarily in the sideboard at all times, but I think everybody's got some sitting around. Disdainful Stroke. Also, sideboard card. I'm a bigger fan than a lot of people, but I understand that it's not for everybody. Young Pyromancer. Diablo's Staple and Challenge Top 8 card, as well as a Historic Destroyer, Dreadhorde Arcanist. The Gurmag Angler that we just opened, and a Single Teamer Battle Rage. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. So I guess technically we're like 3 to 4 75ths of the way done with Grixis. With old borders. But in the meantime, we get to play round number 7 of this challenge. I think I said it was 8 rounds. Is that right? Am I making that up? Gurmag is pretty beautiful. Let's see. $132. Yeah, so it's 8 rounds. So we got this round, and we've got next round. Guess we have to update this. So Blue White X control, take a win there. I'll combine a lot of things like Blue White and Esper because for the most part the base of the deck's kind of the same. Like Teferis, Jaces, Path to Exiles, counter spells like Mana Leaks, Logic Knot, Archmage's Charm, whatever, Supreme Verdict. I don't think it's worth it to go into the nuances of like, oh, one plays Kaya's Guile versus the other that plays extra verdicts, whatever. How's the difference for Gurmag's foil and non-foil in the US price-wise? I'm not sure off the top of my head. Would I be open to sharing my template for the matchup spreadsheet? Sure. Let's get through this match and then we can discuss it. All right. This is a pretty big, quick shadow. We'll see if that ends up being good enough, but Radiant Fountain, so probably Amulet. Yep. Something whitelisted. Alright, let's think. I guess I have to Thoughtseize here. It's not that I'm like super against Thoughtseize. It's just there are times where it's like not the greatest play in the world to just fire off Thoughtseize. What are the odds our opponent packs for a Dryad if we just take Dryad and say go? I don't think I can risk it, but if they don't draw a green source and they pack for a Dryad, play like bounce land, second land, or no, they couldn't do that anyway, could they? Yeah, so that's just not right. Okay. Talking myself out of it. So bounce land, Dryad. Gotta pick something up. I'd recommend this one. I guess it is a little awkward because I'm gonna hit a Zusa. It's not going to be a turn 3 kill if they pick up this Radiant Fountain ever. They might be like trying to hold on to the Growth Chamber for the Azusa Dryad triggers, but you got Vesuva. Like Fatal Push wouldn't be the worst here. We know their hand is Vesuva, Growth Chamber. So, dismembering Azusa there, in case they did, for whatever reason, draw a Titan, they wouldn't be able to cast it there. Explore is fine. I can't stop the Explorer, so I might as well tag something now. And then, yeah, if they were tightening this turn, I was battle raging. If they weren't tightening, I was battle raging. Or if they were blocking this turn, I was battle raging. If they weren't blocking, I wasn't battle raging. So they can go bounce land for turn, or Vesuva for turn, pick up Radiant Fountain. Second land for turn, play Radiant Fountain, gain 2. So if I deal 7 here, that puts them to 17 up to 19. I can shock to 4, fetch shock to 1, 24 trample. So I am killing right now. So I guess that this is worth it. Alright. Now I should for pretty sure be killing. They could draw a Titan off this, but they can't play it. Tribe Scout's fine. Alright, so now you just like for sure die. Let's go get whatever red land. Doesn't matter. Kill this. Untap. Battle Rage our Shadow. And swing. The only life point that matters. Alright. So, Damping Sphere's coming in here. Hate Command is coming in. Probably about it. Board out. I think Croaks is a little slow. Ren's okay, but not great. I don't want to go too heavy on Croaksa because of Bajuka Bog. I think it's a Hex Drinker. So Ren can ping off Tribe Scout. Ren plus a bolt kills Dryad. Ren helps make sure we're playing fetch lands every turn to lower our life for Shadow. Ren can ping our opponent and turn on a Scourge. This is like super medium, right? Pretty sure this is a shit. Let's see, did they mulligan? Nope. This is better. So do have the amulet. So I would assume this is like Amulet Explore. Not have the Explore. Did you disconnect? It's like terrible lunch. I think it also said opponent was like triple queued, but it's all like limited leagues. So you can like play those whenever, right? It disconnected. The life of Magic players. It is like little oat bars, power bars, anything like that. Alright. Opponent's back. We continue. Maybe. There we go. All right. Arboreal Grazer's fine. Do you also have the Dryad or the Azusa or... have the Explorer? If opponent grape shots us, I'm going to be so mad. Alright, do have the Dryad. So I think for my sanity, I need to go ahead and kill this. Alright, so I'm going Overgrown Tomb, Tarmogoyf here. Or am I going Wrenn and 6 to make sure I can K command next turn? I think it's actually Wrenn and 6, make sure of K command. Because like if he just plays a Titan and hastes it up into a Tarmogoyf, then K command just like didn't matter. But if I can stop... oh, never mind. We're just dead. Got the bounce land. Show me a Titan and we scoop. Alright, so this is what we call opponent having the nuts. And we'll go to game 3 on that one. Hopefully we can return their kindness and favor game 3. Still don't like Hex Drinker. Especially if it's getting stonewalled by our Boreal Grazer. Alright. Inquisition into Goyf into Seas with a push somewhere. So, Inquisition at Tribe Scout. Turn 2 will play Goyf. Turn 3, Thoughtseize the Dryad. Even got a Wrenn and 6 to make sure we hit land drops. Crazy. Alright, so let's go. Wrenn. Get back Catacombs. Get basic Swamp. Thoughtseize. EE. So I guess I just have to take the EE because I don't really want my Tarmogoyf and Wrenn dying here. So I do get to play Dryad here. And I get to kill Dryad, which does make Goyf pretty imposing. So let's go crack Peatland. Get back the Peatland. Fatal Push the Dryad. Thoughtseize them in case they drew a Titan. They did not. Attack for 6. And next turn we're probably going to go like Wrenn, ping them, play a Goyf, pass. Or attack and pass. So that was their draw for turn. Yama Killer coming in with the huge raid. So this is what you do to me. You destroy me in our match earlier, then you come back with a raid and think you're just gonna get forgiveness. Because you absolutely are, don't get me wrong. Absolutely appreciate the raid. Welcome everybody from Yama Killer stream. Appreciate y'all sticking around and coming over to see what's going on. We're currently in game number 3 against Amulet Titan. We, I believe, are in a pretty good spot here. We'll see. Are we Wrenn pinging? Like, am I double spelling here? So we know their hand perfectly. If they top deck Titan, we've got that pretty well covered. I guess they get Bajuka Bog plus anything. GG hosting as well. Holy crap. Welcome everybody from GG's stream as well. Hope all of y'all are having fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoons, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate y'all coming by. Again, we're in match 3 against Amulet Titan. So, if they top deck a Titan, Forest Titan doesn't beat me. They can Bajuka Bog one of our yards, and I get to refill mine with whatever I don't have. That's fine. If they bounce land, float blue, whatever, bounce land, pick up west, they can go get EE, but they don't have enough to EE plus crack it on 2. If they draw an amulet off the Radiant Fountain, bounce land, float 3, pick up, they can transmute for EE, play it on 2, and crack it. So it has to be Amulet off the top that wrecks our board. So I think that means I'm just going ping. Do I want to play around exactly Amulet off the top? Or no, that doesn't wreck our board because it's Amulet off here, float, Garen Briggs open, bounce land, pick up Teleria West, transmute with the floated mana, 3 available. They can't EE for 2 and kill it. So yeah, we're playing out both of our threats. Why are y'all talking me into these other lines? So Scourge, Goy. Here you go, opponent. What you got? He's got double blue because of the Growth Chamber and the Teleria West. Chef TV and Blitz and Imbanato. Thank all of you. Yeah, thank all of y'all for the new follows. Appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. Again, appreciate Yama for the raid and Gigi for the host. Alright, so for everybody who doesn't know me, which I'm sure is the vast majority of you, my name is Michael, also known on Magic Online as Control Freak. I was the one that Yama crushed on Jun Shadow like 4 rounds ago. And when I say crushed, I mean like, yeah, crushed. But I play a whole bunch of Modern on here, especially a lot of Death Shadow. Everything from, Grixis, 4-color, Jund, Rakdos, Esper, Esper Red, Abzan Red, Sultai. We've got a whole YouTube channel where you can come see like a whole bunch of testing of lists and that have done well, testing individual cards, testing concepts, whatever. Link to the YouTube's down below. I'm not gonna bug everybody with that part. It's boring, right? Like, nobody wants to sit here and listen to somebody complain about, oh, go subscribe to my YouTube channel. Yeah, we just play a ton of Death Shadow. I love the archetype. I think it's the best thing in Modern. For everybody who is new to the channel or hanging out for the first time, feel free to jump into chat. Like, tell us who you are. Tell us where you're from. Tell us why Death Shadow is the best archetype in all of Modern. If you think it's not, you're welcome to your opinion, even if your opinion's wrong. Azurd, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon as well. Bench got me, unfortunately, misclicked in game 1. What happened? A lot of Shadow decks indeed. Elegies, yeah, we're playing, let me pull up the list real quick. That might make it easier for everybody to say, everybody to see. So this is the list of Shadow we're playing today. This is kind of my preferred build. We've seen a lot of influence lately from like Ghoul Dukat in this past weekend's mocks, throwing 4 Hex Drinker in the main along with 2 copies of Grim Lavamancer, and that's kind of been like the hotness of the week. My personal preference is to go a little bit bigger, be more of a mid-range deck. It gives us more game against the control decks, the other mid-range decks, more against the Shadow Mirrors by giving us like the second Croxa in the main, the trophies, the Ren. How's Ren 6 been so far? So last week we played, or I guess this past Sunday, we played in a PTQ. We came in 10th place, and I don't think we saw Ren the entire day. We've seen Ren twice today, and he's been good both times. We saw him against Amulet Titan. He would have let us cast a K command on an Amulet on turn 3, but our opponent just had like turn 3 nuts, nothing we can do about it. But he's been solid for making sure that like we can continue to hit those fetch lands, get our life total down for Shadow since we're not running like Street Wraith. I've also won several games with him in testing against like Mill trying to field to ruin me out, against a couple control opponents, ulted him against control against Jund. Like, he's a pretty legitimate card. Sorrento04, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon as well. But yeah, like, the question we always get asked is why not Monastery Swiftspear? Personally, my opinion of the card is that it's a subpar threat for Shadow, and I don't want to play a subpar threat just to try to turn on Scourge of the Skyclaves. So since we're not running the Swiftspears and we don't have as many consistent ways to get Scourge on turn 2, we've cut back to the 30 copies instead of the 4. We're running Hexdrinker as a 2 of instead of a 4 because if you see it on turn 1, you're not unhappy to play it, but really it's not great until like turn 4, where you can play it, level it up all in one turn. Croxa's overperformed. Absolutely love that card in the main. But instead of like the 4 Swiftspear, we're running like the second Croxa trophies in the main, Ren and 6. Instead of the other Hex Drinkers, we're running like 3rd Fatal Push, cut back on a Scourge, add a Seal. Yeah, kind of all over the place. Akum Hellhound. We tried out Hellhound. Dylan Hovey put up a really interesting list that was running like Hellhound plus Swiftspear and a lot of like the Become Immense Battle Rage combo. And that did really well, I believe, for a few challenges. But it's a lot more all in on like using your mana as efficiently as you possibly can. Like 1 mana threats, 1 mana pump spells, and then eventually topping out with like a Battle Rage to kill your opponent. But if you're not using it in like that kind of shell, Hellhound falls off in power level really quickly. Especially since we don't want to be seeing lands past like turn 4. Ocean Infinity, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday as well. From the crypt. I can't even tell what it is. I'm scared. What is this emote? Oh, it's a fedora emote. A Milady. Temple of Milady. Elegies coming in with a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the subscribers. Enjoy access to our awesome custom Death Shadow emotes. For anybody who's ever interested in having your own emotes done, we've got a link right down below to our artist Jill's Instagram page. So if you happen to come by and think like, oh yeah, those are really sweet custom Death Shadow emotes, I wish I could have some of those. Well, you can. So you, right below the page, come down here, there's a link right here. You can go to her Instagram page. She does like all sorts of really cool custom work. She does commissions, all that. So if you're ever wanting to like get emotes for your channel or just get banners done or a logo or something, feel free to hit her up. Thanks, man. Really enjoy your stream. Well, I appreciate it. I feel like I try to make a pretty positive atmosphere here. But yeah, for everybody new, again, welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Kind of the purpose of this channel is obviously Death Shadow, like all the time, because Death Shadow is amazing. But it's like an educational piece, right? Like, I want people to be able to come here, hang out, ask questions about Shadow builds or other decks. We can always talk about other decks. But ask about, like, what's going on, see what some awesome minds are thinking, because there's some great people that hang out in the chat that know so much more than I do. And they're great resources. But we love testing stuff. Like, we can go down list of cards on Magic Online that we've tested. Everything from, like, Nissa, Steward of Elements, Royal Scions, obviously, JVP, Huntmaster, Dragon Master Outcast. Just scroll randomly and you'll hit stupid little cards here and there. Brutality, Confidant, and Shadow, whatever. Love testing cards, love trying out new things, because you never know what's going to work. Especially if we start getting too complacent. But then we also play through, like, leagues. We play through premier events like today, which we have not updated the record for. Whoops. Sabby, yes. You got there right after I updated it. Good catch. Ito, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. But yeah, the whole purpose is we just want to be, like, lighthearted and positive and have a cool place, and the music's not terrible. We actually just got the music like 2 days ago. But no, like the whole... Oh, Magmatic Channeler? You want to see Magmatic Channeler? Check out our Grixis list we're currently working on. We've been kind of going on a proactive kick. We'll figure out some sideboard slots eventually, no big deal. We've been going on a proactive kick and, like, really enjoying Lightning Bolt right now. Just a little extra reach. Bolt, snap, bolt. Always going to kill your opponent out of nowhere. Magmatic Channeler has been a great addition as a third real threat, as well as just helping us find to Gurmag Anglers more often, Shadows more often. Highly recommend checking it out. The world needs that right now. I know. It's like, this should always be a positive, fun place to come hang out. I don't want it to be like a salt fest or like me yelling at the screen every 5 minutes. Nobody enjoys that. But at the moment, we're playing through the challenge. We've been cracking some Time Spiral Remaster packs, which I guess we got to crack a bunch more now. Because yesterday we said we were going to do like a pack crack for every 2 follows or something. But we've been opening up some sweet Old Border Death Shadow cards. Can you see the sideboard of Grixis? Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was covering it. Is that good? We still got a couple slots that we're playing with. They were 2 Cleansing Wildfires and a Mana Leak. And I haven't been too thrilled with those recently, so I'm kind of like swapping them around, trying different things till something sticks. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Doris, why Bobble on this list? So there was a philosophy that Ben Friedman kind of put forward about Gurmag Angler being one of the best threats that Grixis Shadow especially has access to. So to increase our win percentage, we wanted to get Gurmag out as often as possible, as quickly as possible. So before Mishra's Bauble, like fetch, scour, tap out, or fetch, hand disruption, fetch, scour, tap out were the only ways to get Gurmag Angler online. Now Mishra's Bauble allows you to have some lines where like you have fetch, scour, shock land plus Bauble, or you've got fetch, scour, Bauble, and you can Gurmag plus holding up Stubborn Denial. And it just kind of makes the deck go that half a click faster occasionally, while also providing you that scry effect with Bauble, a fetch land, and a Street Wraith. So it synergizes pretty well with the deck. I was reluctant for a long, long time to play Bobble, and now I've got it in like almost every Shadow deck. Alright, I'm going to butcher the name horrendously, but Curator Ventris, and Mark Chalice, thank both of you all so much for the follows. Hope you're each having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoons, wherever you're at in the world. What's your opinion of switching from Seal to Pyrite Spellbomb in the mid-range shell to have a pseudo 5th Bobble and a removal for Auriok Champion? Funny that you ask. We actually tested that. We tested specifically Pyrite Spellbomb for Auriok Champion, as well as having like that additional draw with Luris when the game went long in 4-color Shadow. And I can say we ran a few leagues with it, and I don't think we ever drew Pyrite Spellbomb. So we tried to test it, never drew it, don't have any conclusive data to draw from it, unfortunately. But it has been a thought that has crossed our mind. Do you prefer push, 2-push, 4-bolt over 3-3? Bolt didn't look so great when I tried it over push. So I think that Lightning Bolt is better in the Jund and 4-color and Rakdos builds for sure, because having that additional way to get Scourge of the Skyclaves online is huge. That being said, I think Bolt in this deck as an additional form of reach in a meta where like Tron and Amulet are still floating around is nice. What I was finding with Fatal Push is it's been stuck in dead in hand too much against decks like Esper Control, which is all over the place right now, Blue-White Control, Tron, Eldrazi Tron, and I'm often just wishing I could cast my spells, even if they don't have the greatest impact, like Bolt to the face in the fair matchups, Bolt to a creature, Bolt to my face in the unfair matchups, I think are all pretty solid reasons to enjoy that flexibility. Jacob, how'd the challenge go? We're currently 5-2. We've got 2 more rounds. We're just kind of chilling and waiting for the next round to come up. Grixis versus Tron, how good is the matchup? So the matchup's a lot better for Grixis than it is for like I'd say Jund or 4-color. Depends on how many like Assassin trophies and things like that are playing, or you're playing. But Grixis with like Stub, Snap Stub, Ceremonious Rejection is a flex spot in the sideboard are pretty solid. Isn't it one more round? Is it? 5-2. Yeah, 8 rounds. You're right. I'm wrong. Good call. Appreciate the correction. Tom Ross is playing on Yawgmoth. I'm assuming so. But for Tron, like we're the aggro deck, but we still have that bit of a control role mixed in. So there's always going to be some amount of time where you're just losing to their top deck. Like you try to tempo out, they top deck the 3rd Tron land, or you try to play into Stubborn Denial and they top deck the Worm Coil, and there's just nothing you can do about it. So as long as you like assume that that's going to happen some percentage of the time, the matchup's okay. It's favored on the Shadow side, but it's not like 70-30. It's like 60-40-ish. Sorry if you already answered, but why 4-bolt 2-push? The proactivity. Being able to like bolt yourself to grow Shadow in the unfair matchups, bolt them, bolt some of these like 3 toughness creatures running around, or 3 toughness, 3 CMC creatures running around. The ability that's bolt, snap, bolt, just things like that give you a little more reach in games that you might not have it otherwise. And that's pretty much the main reason.
especially with like Magmatic Channeler. Like, we want to be able to cast our instants and sorceries. Hope that kind of answers it a little bit. Alright, what have I missed chat-wise? I don't know if y'all have noticed since coming in, but I hate dead air time, so I'm trying to speak a lot. So if you got questions about like any shadow list, any combination that you're curious about, there's a pretty good chance we've tested it. Always messing around like with lists, like I said. So if you've seen a list that did really well in an event, we've probably played it. Yeah, I guess that's about it. That's my spiel. Brutal 3333 coming in with the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much. Welcome to the subscribers. Enjoy access to all of our awesome custom Death Shadow emotes. Have I tried 4 Channeler no snap? I've tried 3 Channeler. I've not tried 4 Channeler. But I tried 3 Channeler no snap, and we tried Channeler Croxa no snap. These were like a while back, like when Channeler very first came out. But at that point, it was all Red X Prowess, Red X Scourge, and so Lightning Bolts, Fatal Pushes were just absolutely everywhere. So Channeler never really had a chance to catch on. Will you be getting old border cards for your paper version? So my preference, since all the new people don't know, is signed cards. So if you ever look at like my paper stuff, it's a lot of signed copies of cards that you're probably more than familiar with. So we could go to like Snapcasters and all this stuff. I probably will pick up some old border copies. Like, I might send some old border copies to get signed. But I love original printings, love artist signed stuff. Huge fan. Alright, what have I missed? What's your 4-color list at the moment? We haven't played 4-color in like a week and a half. So take this with a grain of salt. Some of the card choices that are in play here that people always ask about, and I'm hoping you will too. Why 1 copy of Scourge of the Skyclades? Well, because we're not a very proactive deck in 4-color. Like, we're way more on the Hand Disruption into 2-drop plan, or Hand Disruption, Shriek Wraith into Shadow, Hold Up Stub kind of plan. So more often than not, Scourge isn't coming online until we've already hit them, but it's a very good threat as a secondary creature to close out the game, as well as being able to go toe-to-toe with opposing Scourges in the mirror. So having it as a traverse target has a lot of value to it, where jamming like the heavy red package to make sure it's online turn 2 puts a really awkward strain on the mana base, which we have tried. We've tried with both like Swift Spear, Bomat Courier, just Lightning Bolts, and it just puts like this really awkward, okay, I need Blood Crypt and Breeding Pool, or I need Steam Vents, Overgrown Tomb to like try to make this mana work, and you're just not hitting your colors on time. It's really awkward. Don't recommend going too far down that rabbit hole. Alright, so we've got Talos41 with the follow. Sui Yambao, thank you for the follow. Seljo88, thank you so much for the follow. Hope all 3 of you are having fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoons, wherever you're at in the world. But like, if you're ever curious about seeing some of these builds, I'm slowly migrating stuff from the old YouTube channel, but the link down below, right below the video, links to the current YouTube channel where we're uploading like each individual league that we play. Premier events are uploaded as one VOD. And then we've got... I'll show the old account. I'm not posting anything new to the old account, but it does still have some videos on there right now with all sorts of random stuff. Like, alright, if you're looking for 4-color gameplay, Esper gameplay, Sultai, Rakdos, yeah, all over the place. Testing individual cards from Serum Visions to whatever. Testing lists. But like I said, nothing new is getting posted to this channel. The link below does link to the current channel where everything new is getting posted. And like I said, I'm going to be taking old stuff, posting it on the new channel. But a lot of the old stuff is like pre-modern bans. So I feel like it's not very useful going forward. But if y'all would like to see more of that, I can post more of the old stuff on the new channel. But I hope that answers the question about the 4-color list at the moment. Let's see, if Modern Horizons 2 releases a card that is good in Shadow, do we all need to panic as the response will be to ban Shadow, not the new card? I don't think so. Because when you think of like Death Shadow and Scourge of the Skyclaves, the reason I don't believe they're on the banned chopping block is the fact that they are vanilla creatures at their core. Like, they get big, yes, but there's no ETB abilities, there's no dodging of anything. They're just like effective, efficient creatures that require you to jump through some specific hoop to make it work. I realized that like the old Death Shadow lists people wanted a ban on, but those were also running like Gitaxian Probe, which got the ban, and things like that that like gave your opponent or gave you or your opponent some sort of unfair advantage. I really like the 1-of Scourge when I played a very similar list. Maybe 2 would be okay, but anything more would be very bad. I agree. 2 could possibly be okay, but you basically never want it like in your opening hand. You always want to either draw into it or traverse for it. So 2's a possibility, but I would be a little hesitant. Let's see. No Engineered in the sideboard, especially with Loris. It's been an extremely powerful sideboard card for me. Engineered Explosives is really good, but it's been very slow recently. And I've never felt like in the matchups that I wanted it, like HammerTime, the Shadow Mirrors, I never felt like I had time to take a turn off to play out an Engineered Explosives and then potentially take another turn to crack it. It was just kind of awkward. Volcanius, love your stream, you're the best. Aw, appreciate it. They also just died as the most common removal spells in Modern. I mean, outside of Bolt, yeah. Like Fatal Push, Path to Exile, Abrupt Decay, Blood Chief's Thirst, Kaya's Guile, Skyclave Apparition, Curse You, Watsy. Shadow's getting banned only if Tarmogoyf is. That's a good way to look at it. Like, Tarmogoyf's never getting banned. Like, for years and years and years, this was just the most efficient beater creature in Modern and Extended. And then finally we got some tools to kind of make Shadow playable, and that kind of pushed the archetype into existence. But the fact that you have to literally kill yourself to get Shadow online is a surprisingly big drawback. Who would have guessed? Phyrexian Mana is stupid. I agree. I'm of the unpopular opinion that I think all free spells in Modern should be banned. And that includes like Mishra's Bauble, Surgical Extraction, Mutagenic Growth, Gut Shot. I don't know if you count Street Wraith as a spell or not, but I just don't think you should get things for free. But we're here. This is what we're playing. We're there. Ban Ornithopter indeed. And Midnight. Get them out of here. But Phyrexian mana was indeed a pretty big mistake. What about anything from Prowess? Manamorphose or Lava Dart? If you mean for Shadow, I've seen variations of Grixis that were running Manamorphose and Stormwing Entity. And then like a couple cheaper threats. So just like Shadow, Gurmax, Stormwing as your primary threats. And then like Wraith, Manamorphose, I think like Gut Shot, something else to try to enable everything. And it was kind of cool. I don't know if it was good. I know I wrecked it, but... Phyrexian mana is so stupid. It's easy to fix, but for some reasons Wizards doesn't want to. I mean, there's a lot of things that they could do that I think would improve Modern in the long term. Let's see, do you know that 1 health of Tarmo is a printing mistake? So you mean like it was supposed to be a 0/0? And they made it a 0/1, and oh, you'd like to have Manamorphose and her Lava Dart banned as the Prowess? I gotcha. Like, I don't think Manamorphose or Dart is necessarily too egregious to get banned. Like, they're probably not the most fun cards to play against. To me, I think Stormwing Entity is an issue. And I think they could make a functional reprint of Stormwing that would be healthier. And it would be like 1 in a blue for a 3/3 flying with Prowess that you can't cast unless you've cast an instant or sorcery this turn. That way you could have your Stormwing Entity on 2 after a Manamorphose, Gut Shot, whatever. But you could Fatal Push and Abrupt Decay. As soon as you start getting to cheap, or like cost-reducing effects on some of these creatures that get it out of range of similar removal spells, then it starts becoming a bit awkward. Or like the downside of deck building when you have to play, how to phrase it, the cost of deck building associated with fitting Stormwing into your deck, I don't think is balanced with the potential downside that your opponents have to face to run spells that adequately answer Stormwing. I don't know if that makes any sense whatsoever. But it's basically like, I don't think Stormwing should be on the same CMC as like Assassin's Trophy, which gives them a land after already getting a benefit for playing Stormwing with the Scries, with like no downside except they gotta play cards that trigger Prowess in the Prowess deck. I agree that Stormwing's like mostly only playable because it dodges Fatal Push and like a lot of that common removal. No argument there whatsoever. I'm just saying that I think that designing the card the way that it is probably wasn't the greatest idea, but it's like on a list of a dozen or so cards that I think are designed poorly, and that kind of creates issues. Not really issues, like it creates unbalanced gameplay. How about that? They're not too egregious, says the man who wants to ban Ornithopter. I just said free spells. Y'all are taking it out of context. Try to make a point and this is like it. Stormwing's not that unfair without 0 mana spells. Manamorphose is a 2 mana spell. Thank you very much. Like Gurmag Angler? Yes. Like, I don't think the design on Gurmag Angler, I don't think Delve is a healthy mechanic. But we've got it, so we're playing it. I enjoy casting the cards. That doesn't mean I think that they're fair and balanced. Look at Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time, Become Immense. All been pretty decent cards in Magic, if I do say so myself. The guy that created Taro made it a star, but the other guy that sorted the set and the printing read it like star+1 for some reason because it was handwritten. So read it like star/+1 or read like both sides as star+1. Either way, that's pretty funny. Like, I know I'm already annoyed when my Tarmogoyf becomes a 0/1 in the face of, like, Rest in Peace, but just dying to a Relic of Progenitus would be... Ugh. Agree if Stormwing was 4 CMC, it would be significantly worse. It would be. And I don't think that's necessarily, like, a bad thing. Like, it's hard to say that you just stop playing Prowess because Stormwing now dies to exactly Revolted Push that it didn't die to before. Alright, what do we got? Turn to Goyf. Basic Forest. Kroxa is a little awkward. I don't think this is bad enough to ship. About Phyrexian mana, I think if they made it only playable if you have a land that can produce correct color of mana, it would be a good fix. So, like, you can only cast Dismember if you've got a black producing land. Or you can only cast Gut Shot if you've got a red producing. Quantum Bird 96, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out. Sea Chrome Coast Mausoleum Wander, so a little Spiritus action. I do think I'm gonna go ahead and bolt the Mausoleum Wanderer here. I kind of want to just like get down Tarmogoyf on turn 2 to an empty board. Let's go Overgrown Tomb, play Goyf. And I'm probably going to like play a bunch of tapped lands from here out, like fetch up a tapped shock land. It's like I want to lose life, but I don't want to go overboard on losing life. Check your people in the stream. Rem sniped Will Hall last week. So, my opinion of stream snipers has always been like, if somebody wants to stream snipe, go right ahead. Like, I'm not going to play anything like differently because I know somebody's sniping or not. Like, doesn't bother me. It's not, I'm not becoming a worse player because of it. Like, I think people that stream snipe are just, like, actively hindering themselves. And if that's what they want to do, power to them. Like, we got sniped pretty big in a challenge that we were, like, getting ready to top 8. And sure, it's annoying Like, I get it, I understand it, but at the same time, so be it. Alright. So I think I'm just going Croxa here, because I know it's going to hit something relevant. Spirits is a pretty rough matchup for us. They ditched the second Skyclave apparition. I didn't expect that one. I thought for sure they were going to ditch the second Phantom and keep the apparition. Arsonist, we were 2-2 when I left. What a run. It's been okay. Shadow off the top would be ideal. Alright. Bobble's not the worst. Alright. Rattle Chains is good to know about. That means I'm going to trophy on their upkeep. Am I trophying Moorland Haunt or... I guess I can see what I draw because that might affect... No way they hit a... Do they hit a 1-drop? Or are they just vialing to vial? They did hit a 1-drop. Alright, so Bolt off the top would be... Hex-Drinker. Could be better. So, how about a little Battle Rage off the top? Do we have another Lord? Gross. This is Moorland Haunt. Yep. Gross. Alright. God, hitting that Mausoleum Wanderer into the Supreme Phantom. That was rough. So, K-Return, Brutality, K-Command, EE are all possibilities. For anybody who's checking out the channel for the first time, this is kind of like a thinking area. It's not a we're for sure bringing in this card. It's just... This is kind of where we can take a look at what all we might want to bring in and compare it to what we're potentially taking out. So I think Ren's got enough targets to where it's pretty good. Brutality is pretty rough because of the sorcery speed. We only saw blue-white, so they're probably not on, like, company and all that. So I think something like this is fine. Keeping in Ren and 6 because it pings Mausoleum Wanderer, Rattle Chains, Selfless Spirit, the Sack Exile a Yard one, like, bunch of random spirits. So yeah, let's go with this, see what happens. Okay. So we'll say pass here. See what they decide to do. Alright. We'll kind of keep playing our fetches out first, because if we draw into a Croxa, I'd like to be able to have the fetches down already, or like the fetches in the yard, have my colors colors a little better suited to get Croxa back. Oriok Champion. So, what's my plan here? I like adding Luris to hand here. Don't hate that. Just like improve our threat density a bit. We'll see what they do. Mariner, sure. K-Return off the top would be pretty nice. That's not the worst either. So, if their last card is... what? I think what I'm doing is attacking for 1, play Scourge, hold up Bolt or Dismember. But like, this kind of incentivizes them to play out a creature proactively, which means I can just like Bolt face and save my Scourge. Yep. Let's go. Shadow. I guess I can't really go shadow with this Scourge, can I? No, I need to go shadow. Like, the Scourge is probably going to die. I just kind of have to accept that. With, like, the upside of getting down shadow, and potentially drawing Battle Rage or, what's it called? K-Command? K-Return? Kevin just started tuning in, but I think you still had your hand. Opponent's an own sniper. I've kind of mentioned it already. Like, if opponent wants to snipe me, power to them. Like, I'm not about to start playing awkwardly or playing differently just because our opponent's a known sniper. Like, I think that just makes players exponentially worse. If they're trying to, like, snag games off sniping. Alright. K return off the top. One time. What do we think? K return off the top. One time. Almost. Almost. Alright, so this is... He does have Selfless. You are correct. Discard 2 to draw a skull. Okay, 1. Yes. Okay, 1. Yes. Yep. And now we're back to one turn, K return off the top. Unless you got another Lord. I guess other Lord doesn't do it. Yeah, it does, because it protects Drog Skull from K return. Sure. Yep. Alright. Let's see if we can bait our opponent into bad blocks. The last card must be Spell Queller, right? That's a path. Okay. I guess that works too. Oh well. 6-3 finish. Not complaining about that. Tasnees, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having fantastic. Or is it Tasnil? Tazinal? Somebody give me a pronunciation quick. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. For everybody hanging out, this is the list that we just ran through. Not this one, this one. To a 6-3 challenge record. Or, no, 5-3. 5-3, yeah. Math is tough. But really appreciate the way this deck's run. The third Veil could be a little much. Damping Sphere didn't come up today. We did see Amulet Titan, but we didn't end up needing it. He's still a little meh. Main board still feels great. But I could be a little biased, I guess. For everybody hanging out, this is the part of this stream that if y'all can give me just 2 seconds of attention, I gotta do my call to action. If you're enjoying the content, enjoying the commentary, the deck analysis, anything like that, feel free to hit the follow button. Doesn't cost you anything, just lets you know whenever we go live, so you can come check out some sweet Death Shadow action. And I always love, let's see, what were the matchups? We had Burn, Yama Killer on Blue-Red Prowess, Canister on Esper Control, Mono White Taxes, Spirits, Amulet Titan, and What was the last one? The last one was something. Burn. Did I say burn? Burn. Something. Spirits. Canister, or not canister, Yama Killer on Blue-Red Prowess. Amulet Titan. Mono White Taxes. Canister on Esper Control, and then HammerTime. That was the last one. So let's see, we got True Andy 91, Big Ahead, and K Doors. Oh, K Doors coming in with the gifted sub to Jad. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the continued support. And Jad, welcome to the subscribers. Big Ahead and True Andy 91, thank you all so much for the follows. Hope you're both having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoons, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out, checking out some Death Shadow action. But yeah, like Steven just posted links to Twitter, the YouTube page. If you're ever wanting to see some content or see when we go live, highly recommend checking those out. Thank you, Steven, so much for posting those. But yeah, this is the part of the stream where I love finding like somebody's channel, a small channel, and rating them, because like I get blessed with these raids and hosts, and I really like to pass that along to someone else. So if you've got time, please stick around for just a few minutes. Check out their channel, whoever we send everybody over to. Share some love from us. Who we got? I always love rating like modern channels. Alright. Mr. Sari MTG. Gruul hardened scales. I'm curious. But yeah, we're going to send everybody over to Mr. Sari MTG. But thank everybody so much for hanging around after the raid and the host raid from Yama, the host from GG. Appreciate all y'all so much. Thanks for making the stream great as always. Hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Saturday. Stay safe. Enjoy some good food, good company. Get some good sleep. We'll probably be back live with the PTQ tomorrow. I don't know yet, so we'll just have to see how everything plays out. But if you jump on over to the next stream, then feel free to share some love from the channel. And other than that, yeah, hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. And I will see y'all next time.